Argentina. So today we want to talk about dialogue and ADR, basically dialogue recording. We'll take a look at um, kind of synchronization on set, how it all works, how the recording works, how to get that into your digital audio workstation, working with OMFs, some conventions there, and then ADR. So basically, like wrapping up the entire dialogue production from where you might be recording it on set to the point where we would go into mixing, and we'll see how far we get through that as well. Yeah, so that's roughly the game plan for today. As always, ask any questions. Anand probably just said that. Um,
Mhm.
um, I mean, that's my fear of the Spanglish version is that I'm saying exactly what Anand just said in English, but at least then you hear it twice. So, but
Don't
if
worry,
that happens,
we'll
just
figure it out.
yeah, just let me know if I repeat what you just heard a minute ago. So yeah, we're using this. Actually, let me share my screen, and then Ernan, you can talk more about Miro because
Yeah.
you've used it more than I have. Just give me a
Okay.
second. Guess it would be this one,
Ahí va.
right?
Ya. Bueno, lo que tenemos ahí es un programa que se llama. eh, bas- ah, yo le diría que le peguen un vistazo. Va, a mí me sirve bastante. A Tilo también le gustó. Em, lo que armamos fue como toda la presentación directamente dentro de esta, que es como un diagrama de bloque, ¿sí? A block diagram. Entonces armamos diferentes diagramas de bloque para cada una de las partes, como para que se entienda un poco la interacción más de lo que vamos a estar viendo, ¿sí? También es la primera vez que usamos así de manera específica este programa, así que también es medio una prueba piloto, estamos haciendo varias pruebas piloto, así que nos van diciendo también. A mí me pareció, y recién lo hablábamos con Tilo, que es un poquito más parecido a una línea de pensamiento que un PowerPoint, porque el PowerPoint es como medio lineal y después tenés como que saltar para atrás, para adelante. Acá es como que está todo un poco en pantalla, unido y cualquier cosa uno puede ir este, yendo de un lado para otro e interactuar con las diferentes situaciones. El zoom está bien, lo ven bien ahí, necesitan que esté un poquito más grande como punto de partida. Igual después vamos a ir acercándonos, alejándonos, pero ¿lo leen bien ahí o lo agrandamos un
Sí, sí, está
poquito?
bien. Sí, se ve bien.
Bueno, joya. So, vamos a empezar. Let's get started with synchronization. Vamos a entonces arrancar con la parte de sincronismo. ¿Se acuerdan que habíamos hablado de la importancia del sincronismo en lo que es la postproducción, que básicamente es el todo? Yo ahora voy a abrir acá en mi notebook, también tengo la aplicación abierta, o sea que ustedes van a ver mi cursor. ¿Se ve mi cursor, no?
Sí,
Sí, se
sí,
ve.
se ve.
Perfecto, maravilloso. Bueno, sincronismo estamos hablando de cuando tenemos dos situaciones, que puede ser dos sistemas de audio, un sistema de audio y video, o lo que fuera, corriendo simultáneamente, ¿sí? Es decir, corriendo justamente de manera sincronizada, que eso es lo que la definición de la palabra, ¿no? Existen diferentes formas para lograr sincronismo dentro de lo que es la postproducción. Que fue el comienzo del sincronismo, que fue la claqueta o clapperboard. La claqueta, ¿sí? Vamos a empezar hablando de esta, que es la claqueta tradicional. Esperen que tengo una ventanita delante de esto y no veo bien. La claqueta tradicional, ¿sí? ¿Conocen este dispositivo? Lo vieron, se calculo que lo habrán visto alguna vez, lo tienen ahí en vista. Básicamente, la imagen, o sea, en el caso, originalmente el fílmico, con el sonido. ¿Cómo es que se logra? En la parte del medio, en esos rectángulos que tiene ahí, uno completa la información de la producción. Anota la producción, el cuadro, la escena y toda la información correspondiente a lo que se está grabando en ese momento. Entonces, se coloca la en la pantalla, se hace una aclaración verbal de lo que está sucediendo, ¿sí? O sea, se dice lo mismo que está escrito ahí y se cierra la claqueta. Al cerrar la claqueta, hace un ruido con un transitorio muy marcado, muy claro, muy rápido, y ese ruido, ese sonido, es el que nos permite sincronizar en la parte de audio justamente el sonido y en la parte del video o del fílmico originalmente con el cuadro en el que se terminó de podemos sincronizar, ubicando al mismo tiempo el transitorio con el cierre de la claqueta, con la imagen del cierre de la claqueta, podemos sincronizar la imagen con el sonido. ¿Vamos bien hasta ahí?
Sí, perfecto.
Perfecto. Bien. em, un segundito. Quiero ver una cosa. And we're going to start talking about synchronization. And the first syncing object that were ever used to sync audio and image was the clapperboard, the traditional clapperboard.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think I understood most of what you said. You also spoke about the production, the scene, and the takes, so that they announce it, and it's usually written on here as well, so that you can find it back in all the material you've recorded on set. Was that about right?
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, excellent. You,
Oh,
you are an excellent Spanish understanding.
oh well, I mean,
Very well.
I know what.
I'm also trying to speak slowly. I usually speak very fast, and
Uh,
my tongue just start
no,
messing with
this
my
is good.
mouth.
I mean, I also know what you're going to talk about, which makes it a little easier to catch the important words. But,
Excellent.
I mean, maybe one thing to add, like sometimes, but audio video applications, like on where you just do a concert recording or something, because more and more of my classical clients ask for video at the same time. So if you don't have the claqueta, you can also just clap your hands or ask a drummer to just hit drums while you film that before you start and then zoom out. So like there's always workarounds as long as you've got that clear transient that you can use to line up your audio and video.
Excellent. Also, there are a couple of tricks that we can ask, we can talk about now, just to get into the mood. And for example, I don't know, some movies, some parts of the movies they don't have sound actually. Maybe it's not worth to record the on location sound because we are not going to use it. So there's a way to announce that or to tell everybody that is going on. The word MOS, MOS. O sea, cuando la película no tiene sonido, lo que se hace es anotar en la claqueta las siglas MOS, que es de Minus Optical Sound, que viene del el año del pedo. Cuando dice MOS, o en algunos casos le ponen mute, significa que no hay que ir a buscar información de audio para sincronizar, porque si ustedes no colocan esas siglas o esa información, el editor de sonido y van a perder tiempo buscando ese sonido y no está porque no se grabó. ¿Se entiende? Entonces es importante aclarar que esa parte no tiene sonido. Y al mismo tiempo, como no tiene sonido y no hay que sincronizarlo con nada, la claqueta no se cierra, sino que dejan como el dedo en el medio de la claqueta, la muestran en pantalla y se la llevan sin cerrarla, ¿sí? Como una forma de entender que eso no tiene sonido. I was explaining the
MOS.
MOS. Yeah.
Yeah. So do you know I don't know. There was like I heard like one director told me that apparently it was a German director on set in Hollywood or something, and he said something about without sound, which would be mit ohne sound in
Uh,
Germany. And apparently that's kind of like to the legend where MOS came from, but I'm not 100% sure about it. We should do some research on it. But
yeah,
basically,
it's
I'd
like
heard
the ADR stuff that is automated, automation, additional, and at
yeah,
the end just change the
exactly. That just name comes from. I mean, it's
yeah.
kind of interesting to
It's a
find out.
German name. Yeah.
Yeah, some German guy who couldn't speak properly English made
You
it up.
win.
I confirm that. I'll ask the director who told me that to find out if that's a fact or just is a Hollywood legend or something. So, but yeah, I mean, and you said that it's really important to keep track of those as well, that you don't look into your audio files, right? Because
Yeah.
MOS. I mean, oftentimes on set, it's also that you get ready to record with a boom, and then you hear the announcement, blah blah blah, scene about MOS, and oh, and then you lower the boom, shut up, and I mean, you don't have to shut up because it's recorded without sound anyway.
Yeah.
So
Excellent.
cool. Should we go into the digital slate? You want to start with go with the digital,
Yeah, I always
or do you want to
um,
do the time code first?
I'm going to play a little bit a little thing about the clapperboard,
Oh yeah, yeah, sure.
a tiny thing. For example, if you're recording a specific scene that you can't make noise at the beginning, for example, I don't know, eh, una escena con palomas o pájaros, ¿sí? No sé, tiene un abuelito dándole de comer a los pájaros, ¿sí? En una plaza. A grandfather feeding the birds in a park. Entonces no pueden ir con la claqueta y cerrar la claqueta, ¡pah! Por ejemplo, ¿no? Para poner un ejemplo. Entonces lo que se hace en esos casos, se dice verbalmente la escena, viene el asistente, dice escena 25, toma 32, acción, se va, se hace la escena y cuando la escena termina, vuelve el asistente adelante de la cámara, da vuelta la claqueta y la cierra. La da vuelta así en este eje. De esa forma, lo que significa es que el punto de sincronía está y no se balan los pajaritos volando. So I told them about the when you don't have to make noise at the beginning of the scene, you just turn the clacker at the end of the scene and and that's the indication that the sync point is at the end. Bien, entonces ese fue digamos, el punto de sincronismo original, que fue la claqueta. Cuando the origin of timecode, and then we should link digislate and timecode.
Great.
If you want, you can do it that way.
Perdón, tengo una pregunta
Sí.
pequeña. La hago en español y de última después traducimos.
I'm translating.
En el tema, o sea, perfecto, se usa la claqueta que tiene una referencia visual de qué se está grabando y qué va a haber en esa escena. Pero después
Sí.
en la parte del audio, que me imagino, no sé de qué época estamos hablando de esto, pero me imagino que también el audio debería tener algún código en relación a lo que, para poder ir a buscar el clip de audio de esta escena que se está grabando. O sea, ¿cómo?
Sí. He was asking about I mean, is clearly the image information is very clear, but the other information he's asking how do you keep that record at that time? I mean, in the analog time. To answer or I answer it.
Basically, like keep the record of all the
Audio stuff
and everything. I mean, you have to write them down more or less. So it's basically organization over organization, so you know exactly where which audio file goes to which video to. So that's pretty much, and that's still the same if you go now. If you record digitally now without the digital slate, that you would name your files in the recorder before you go to set to make sure that on set you can basically just record it. It writes all the files and you know exactly which file basically belongs to which scene and which take.
Okay, thank you.
It's
Sí, o
all
sea,
it's a lot organization. I mean that's
yeah.
basically.
Por eso, that's why at the beginning of the previous class, I told them, sorry, that it was like mother and father is thinking and order. I mean, that is the most important thing to get through a post production situation. You have to be in a pretty clear order so you can keep the record of everything.
I mean, there's software that makes things a little easier these days now as well, like auto align, where it basically takes the clap and aligns things. Um, I mean, I actually don't know if there's anything that basically just pulls the right takes from different performances underneath video. I mean, there might be something like that. For example, I know I use Sequoia for classical editing. Basically, it analyzes the audio material and suggests different takes based on the musical material nowadays. So I'm
That's
sure that there's
very good.
probably something coming up or already out there for dialogue lineup too. But I would still always take notes or make sure that your files are named properly.
Yeah, I didn't know that about Sequoia. That's awesome.
Yeah, it works pretty decent because most of the time you have the takes after each other in classical editing, and then you got to go through your notes, like look at, okay, we have these measures from this take, and then you edit it together. But now you can tell Sequoia, okay, analyze my material, and it actually lines up, like based on the musical information, lines up
Yeah,
alternative takes, almost like playlists in Pro Tools, just on
excellent.
classical music and not fixed in time. So
That is awesome.
it's yeah,
A
it's
very
pretty
massive time saver.
Exactly, yeah. So, and maybe another thing for the traditional slate would be that a while ago people might have used that to create impulse responses as well for of the rooms, so that later when they record ADR in the studio, they can actually imprint the same acoustics
Oh,
onto that space. Like there was, I think it was Altiverb who had kind of a slate impulse response creator. So you basically could take that clap and throw it in there and create more or less the space of the original recording space.
That's cool. Yeah, excellent. ¿Se entendió? Sí, ¿no?
okay, sí, thank you.
Sí, en las viejas grabaciones vos tenías los rollos de cinta que utilizabas. Y ahora vamos a ver los grabadores. Era un grabador que se llama Nagra, que vamos a ver en un rato.
Eso quería ver si es que
Ujú.
había algo.
Sí, en un ratito vamos a hablar de los grabadores. Pero lo que hacían era, en la caja de la cinta, que era la caja de cartón, tenía toda la información escrita. Entonces los rollos tenían... Y de hecho después vamos a ver en Pro Tools que hay, en relación a eso también, este, sí, o sea, se usaban las distancias a veces, que es una cosa medio rara, pero normalmente se usaban los tiempos de comienzo de la cinta. Vos tenías un tiempo de referencia y tenías el número de cinta. Entonces, el rollo 25, a los 20 segundos, entonces tenías que ir a buscar el rollo 25, llevarlo al comienzo, adelantar hasta los 25 segundos. Como era un laburo, era difícil, pero... So, I'm going to talk a little bit of the beginnings of timecode. Em, el timecode nació principalmente como una parte de, o sea, como una necesidad para la edición de video. Cuando los editores de video, el director decía, bueno, quiero que corten en el momento en que levanta la mano y que la próxima escena... Las direcciones eran bastante ambiguas. Porque era cuando está levantando la mano, cuando la levantó, después de un ratito que la levantó, en qué momento. Em, entonces, más pensando que eran ediciones destructivas en ese momento, lo que se decidió fue a cada cuadro, ¿sí? A cada uno de los cuadros de la imagen, vieron que el fílmico funciona como una sucesión de cuadros que al pasar la zona de cerebro las interpreta como un movimiento continuo. Bueno, entonces usaban velocidades que ahora vamos a verlas en detalle, pero el timecode originalmente nació como una necesidad para la edición de video. Entonces, ¿qué hicieron? Le pusieron un número, una identificación a cada uno de esos cuadros, ¿sí? A cada frame le ponían un número y arrancaban por el 1, 2, 3, así hasta el número de cuadros de la velocidad correspondiente que estaban utilizando. Y de esa forma, cuando tenían que comunicarse de manera más específica, ¿sí? Entonces, el timecode básicamente está dividido, ¿sí? La mínima unidad es el frame o el cuadro, y después tenemos segundos, minutos, horas. Es decir, la división es horas, minutos, segundos y frames. La cantidad de frames corresponde a la velocidad, que ahora vamos a hablar un poquito de las velocidades. Y después, en lo que respecta a segundos y minutos, corre como el tiempo y el último valor de frame correspondiente, donde arranca otra vez desde cero. ¿Sí? Entonces, de esa forma se nomenclaban los cuadros y al toque se dieron cuenta que teniendo esa identificación en las imágenes, en los cuadros, podían también fácilmente sincronizarlo con el sonido, ¿sí? Con el audio. Entonces ahí empezaron a utilizar también el timecode como herramienta de sincronismo entre el sonido y la imagen. Actually, it was like a video thing in order to make accurate editings. So they name each frame with a number, and then they started to use to synchronize with audio. I don't know if you want to add something or just
No,
keep.
I mean, I guess that's all we need to know about time code, right?
Okay.
Did you mention the different frame rates already, or not yet?
Actually, told them that the basic division here, but not actually
Okay,
talk
cool.
about the different time code rates.
Yeah, so basically this will then be the next thing once you have the time code, like this division here. That's usually what you see up on the display, or that's usually also then printed for post-production onto the image. Actually, you see that here too, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So it's based like in this format. Nowadays it might look a little different.
Yeah, it's a pretty old.
And I mean,
Yes.
also like what I've been recently getting is that they don't always print the time code on there right away, but like you can create that in the digital audio workstation as well. I usually like having it directly in there because then I don't have to worry about if I take it somewhere else. It's always that imprinted time code.
Yeah.
But anyway, so that time code when you work in audio post production for film, it's kind of like it's everywhere. It follows you through the entire production because everything is using that as a synchronization reference. Yeah, and then depending on where you work, you might encounter very different frames per second, basically the frame rate for the video. And you have to make sure that your audio workstation is actually using the same frame rate. Otherwise, you might go from frame to frame and it's actually not 100% in sync with the picture. And yeah, this is also where you work. Like film is usually 24 frames per second, if I remember that right. Then
Mm-hmm.
TV stuff over in Europe is a lot of 25, and
Yeah, here too.
there too, yeah. And then 30 frames per second you find. A lot of the stuff here is also 29.97 frames per second, 30 frames per second, and the other one 23.98 frames per second. And they usually drop frames. But I mean, for audio work, it's basically just important to know what your production is, and so that you can make sure that you use the right frame rate, right time code to sync everything to the picture.
Cuando a ustedes les llega un trabajo de postproducción, lo primero que tienen que averiguar hoy día que estamos trabajando con sistemas digitales, si bien estamos hablando un poco de todo, porque no saben con qué se van a encontrar, pero en los sistemas digitales lo primero que tienen que averiguar cuando van a crear una sesión es las características de la sesión, en qué sample rate, en qué profundidad de bits y en qué velocidad de cuadros se está trabajando. El tema de la velocidad de cuadros es importantísima porque no son solamente ustedes los que están trabajando con ese material. Quizás ustedes están haciendo la edición de diálogos, otra persona está haciendo la edición de música, otra persona está haciendo la edición de efectos, otra persona está haciendo la edición de video, otra está haciendo efectos para la parte de video. Hay un montón de gente trabajando y es importantísimo que se respeten las velocidades, porque si no empiezan a poner simple, porque los desplazamientos son variaciones que se van haciendo gradualmente en el tiempo, no es que pueden mover todo el bloque, tienen que compactar o estirar el bloque si se equivocaron y eso es bastante más complicado para que quede bien. Dentro de lo que es velocidades de cuadros, vieron aquí está frames por segundo, 24, 25, 30, 24 como dijo Tilo, normalmente para el fílmico, 25 frames por segundo es el formato tradicional de PAL, ¿sí? Por segundo era el original de Estados Unidos. Piensen que esos 25 y 30 frames por segundo son bastante antiguos, igual que el 24, pero el 25 y 30 son de video, que eran para los primeros sistemas de video. Esos trabajaban de manera sincrónica con la frecuencia de red, por eso 25 y 30, por eso esa separación, ¿no? Que lo único que viene a hacer ahora es complicarla, pero hay un montón de diferentes velocidades. Y después la complicaron un poco más, porque cuando vino el color en la imagen, la adaptación de toda la información de campo color, pero en los 30 frames por segundo no se podía hacer la adaptación para que sea reversible entre blanco y negro y color. Con lo cual los cráneos decidieron bajarle un 0,1% a la velocidad y por eso se creó la velocidad de 29,97 frames por segundo. Lo cual solucionaba el problema del campo color, pero inventó un problema nuevo, que era que el timecode ya no se correspondía al tiempo real corriendo un 0,1% más despacio, ¿sí? ¿Qué sucedía? A lo largo de un día de transmisión, si vos veías el timecode contra el tiempo, tenías 3,6 segundos de diferencia a lo largo de ese día. Entonces, en lo que era armar una grilla de programación para broadcast, era imposible hacer un seguimiento correcto porque se te empezaba a desplazar. Entonces, si el programa debería durar tanto tiempo, empezaba a cambiar las duraciones de los programas y llegaba a un punto donde la programación de un día entero empezaba a haber diferencias sustanciales y más si se empezaba a acumular. Entonces la complicaron un poco más y decidieron generar lo que se llama el drop frame, que es el 29,97 frames por segundo drop frame, que es el que figura abajo. El drop frame lo que hace es no contar los dos primeros cuadros de cada minuto, a excepción de los minutos del 0, 10, 20, 30 y 40. No contar eso, o sea, no es que los quita, no es que los borra, sino que no los cuenta. O sea, que va del 0, 0, va directamente supongamos que es 29,97, va de 29 al 0,2 directamente. O sea, el 0,0 y el 0,1 no los cuenta, esos dos números no figuran en el drop frame. De esa forma, la velocidad de cuadros que figura en pantalla y el tiempo real que pasaron son los mismos, ¿sí? Es prácticamente lo mismo, no hay diferencia. ¿Qué velocidad de cuadros estamos utilizando? Y nos puede llegar a generar mayores problemas de sincronismo. Por eso es tan importante llevar el orden. Y después, en base a eso, empezaron a salir diferentes situaciones, como el 30 frames por segundo drop frame, que se usa en algunas situaciones específicas donde se está haciendo, grabando a veces en fílmico, pero en alta velocidad, para publicidades. Digo, después los formatos, que al principio tenían un objetivo claro, empezaron a hacer en muchos casos uso porque sí, el fílmico, algunos programas de tele lo graban en fílmico, entonces también lo pueden grabar en otras velocidades. Y así lo mismo lo que pasó con el 23,98 frames por segundo, que básicamente es el 24, pero quitándole ese 0,1%, como adelantándose el proceso que le harían posteriormente cuando agarran un fílmico y lo meten adentro de un editor de video digital para hacer las modificaciones. En el momento que ustedes toman una velocidad de cuadros determinada, que lo vamos a hacer que está en 29,97, tienen que hacer una adaptación, ¿sí? Cuando veamos transferencia después, vamos a ver ahí cómo se hace. Pero genera todo un tema de complicación entre las diferentes velocidades y que si no está bien claro, bien ordenado, es un problemón, ¿sí? Ténganlo presente. I was telling them about the issues of not using the correct time code rates.
Yeah, we've all been there.
Y después de eso, de la combinación, the combination between timecode and the clapperboard, the digislate was born. You want to talk about the digislate or?
Go ahead if you want. It's in Spanish. Fine.
Hernán, ¿te
Em,
puedo hacer una pregunta antes?
no, bueno, está bien.
No entendí muy bien eso que dijiste del campo color.
Es una
O
cuestión
sea,
específicamente de...
le tuvimos que bajar la velocidad
Mira, tiene
a
que
la
ver con
imagen.
algo específicamente de lo que es cómo se coloca el campo. Creo que de hecho en comunicación, no sé, en alguna materia de esas lo ven más en detalle, que yo no soy la persona indicada para explicarlo correctamente. Pero para meter el campo color, es decir, el campo color es como un agregado a la imagen, ¿sí? Es como algo que se le agrega a lo que tenías originalmente. Y evidentemente en específica y por el método que tenían de generar la imagen desde el NTSC. De esa forma, por una cuestión técnica que no tiene que ver con el audio, sino específicamente con la imagen, insisto, creo que en comunicación, no sé si alguno de ustedes hizo la
Sí, yo las
materia,
hice, pero no.
no hablaban.
Eso que estás diciendo no.
Yo creo que en algún momento alguien no sé si es Rufa o si quién lo explica en detalle, medio por arriba.
No, nosotros no lo vimos.
Bueno, viejo, vayan a quejarse con el docente, no sé. We are talking about the 29.97 frames per second that I'm telling them that video specific situation they seen in another subject in the university and they're arguing someone did and someone didn't see that. That is not our problem.
Está bien, igual se entendió, es una cuestión técnica.
Sí, es una cuestión técnica del video, que a mí yo la verdad que no estoy tan metido en video como para poder aclarártela en detalle. Sé que surgió desde ahí. Em, pero podemos investigar, indagar un poquitito y en todo caso te mando después la data por mail y
Vale.
un poco más en detalle. Entonces, sumarlo a la claqueta y de ahí nació el Digislate. ¿Qué fue lo que se hizo? Siempre que estén sincronizando van a tener un master y van a tener esclavos, ¿sí? Master y slaves. El master va a ser el que indique la velocidad de cuadros que se va a estar utilizando y va a ser el que en el cual todos van a estar referenciándose, ¿sí? Dentro de los elementos que se van a estar referenciando van a tener cámaras, grabadores de audio, todo. También va a estar... Gislay tiene un visor, ¿sí? Donde lo que se ve es el timecode que está corriendo, ¿sí? En base a ese máster que se está utilizando. Que normalmente el máster o es algo independiente o es el grabador de audio. Entonces, le manda esa información y la claqueta empieza a correr el tiempo. Cuando dice empieza a correr el grabador de audio, empieza a correr el tiempo en la claqueta, sincronizado con el valor que dice en el grabador de audio. En el momento en que se cierra la claqueta, se congela el valor de timecode durante un tiempo, ¿sí? Utilizar un punto de un transitorio, un valor de un transitorio donde hay que ubicarlo, poner el cursor y decir, bueno, es esta acá, sino directamente se puede sincronizar a un tiempo de timecode específico moviendo eso. Hay herramientas para hacerlo, por ejemplo, ¿se acuerdan que el Pro Tools tiene el, el modo spot, donde ustedes pueden hacer clic con la manito y les aparece un cuadro de diálogo y pueden ingresar un timecode? Bueno, hay diferentes formas en que se puede llegar a sincronizar de manera más rápida sin tener que buscar ese transitorio y ubicar.
Sí.
I don't know if you want to add something. I told them about the time on the Digislate and it's easier to sync.
Yeah, and you mentioned that it's easier in post production than later as well, right? Like that's
Yeah.
once you go get all the materials together, and that's all what it's all about. Yeah, no, I guess that's all there is about a digital slate.
Excelente. ¿Dudas, preguntas?
Yo tengo una consulta.
Diga.
¿Qué pasa cuando tenías tipo, muchas cámaras que
Sí.
tenían que grabar todas al mismo tiempo? Te tenías que asegurar que todas apunten hacia la claqueta original y después a partir de ahí se mueven para enfocar bien, algo así, o cómo solucionas ese problema.
Cuando estás hablando de fílmico, he asked about when you have several should show the clapperboard at the beginning in order to sync later.
Yeah, yeah. Ideally, that like sometimes you do it in front of two cameras, right?
Mm-hmm.
You mean like
Yeah.
with the traditional claqueta, or
Yeah, the
Yes,
traditional
yes.
clapper. Sí, pensá que en fílmico no tenés 10 cámaras tomando una escena normalmente. Y en video ya es más fácil porque tenés el timecode, o sea que está llegando el timecode. I
Claro.
tell them that actually, if you are in film with film, working with film, you don't have that much. You don't have 10 cameras rolling. It's not very used to have that a lot of cameras rolling at the same time. And if you're using video, you just use the time code, so maybe you don't.
yeah.
You can just sync with the time code.
And oftentimes or sometimes it's also like I mean, like we have the scenes which are shot from all different perspectives, right? You basically repeat the scene, and then like where you see the actors from the front, those are the ones that are super precise. And oftentimes, like in post production, as you'll see, sometimes you use the audio from the take for consistency. When you have a shot that's basically filming one actor speaking from the back, they just leave the audio running from the previous take so that you don't have to cut and change of perspective. You actually see that quite a bit whenever you see actors from the rear. Like look at their mouth. Sometimes they're not moving or they're moving, and you still hear the dialogue going on. So that's why like where you see like for dialogue at least it's like where you see the actor from the front. That's the really important one to sync. And oftentimes, yeah, as you said, it might just be one camera, sometimes two, but it's not that you have many cameras because it's all pieced together in the end.
Yes, sir. ¿Se entendió?
Sí, gracias.
Fabuloso. Well, let's talk about the different formats. So, vamos a hablar un poquito de cómo comunicar o cómo mandar esa información. Hablamos de que tenemos un máster y tenemos después todo el resto de los elementos que van a esclavizarse sobre ese máster, ¿sí? Que van a tomar la información. Ahora, ¿cómo hacen para información de timecode y agarrarse y aferrarse a esa información de timecode? Bueno, hay diferentes formatos que permiten hacer eso. Dentro del formato de timecode tenemos uno bastante conocido que es el SEMPTI, Society of Motion Picture and Television, and I don't remember the E what it is.
Engineers.
Engineers, ahí está. Donde hicieron un estándar, ¿sí? Que incluía dos formas de poder transmitir longitudinal timecode, que lo que hace es mandar la información de timecode como audio. ¿Qué significa? Ustedes tienen una cinta, lo hemos visto, por ejemplo, en las consolas cuando tienen que sincronizar, por ejemplo, la SSL, la consola SSL, tiene una entrada en la pachera que dice SEMPTI. Entonces, ¿qué se hacía antiguamente en los estudios? Esa consola tiene faders VCA que te permiten automatizar. ¿Cómo sabe la consola en qué parte de la canción está? ¿Cómo sabe que subiste la voz en el estribillo? Bueno, porque desde la cinta donde está grabado se le manda la información de timecode. Entonces, normalmente en el último canal, que sería el canal 24, para que no se genere crosstalk, se graba esta información de audio que es SEMPTI. ¿Cómo es el SEMPTI? Es un ruido que hace muy feo, muy molesto. Ese ruido es la codificación, ¿sí? De unos y ceros que nos permiten identificar horas, minutos, segundos y frames. y después cuando reproducen ese canal 24 lo mandan al decodificador de la consola y la consola sabe que están en determinada parte específica de la canción. En postproducción es exactamente lo mismo. Entonces, hay uno que va a tener la información de audio grabada, que va a ser el máster, y le va a entregar toda la información correspondiente a todo el resto de los elementos que se van a estar esclavizando en formato de audio. ¿Sí? La otra es el Vertical Interval Timecode, que es el VITC, que hace lo mismo pero en video. Que son como, de hecho, quizás alguna vez lo vieron, porque está como en la imagen, pero fuera como mis manos, ahora en la cámara, como que se van fuera del rango de la imagen, entonces no lo ven, pero está en la imagen, ¿sí? Y son como unos puntitos, sí, que de hecho hay veces que está mal ajustado, ¿sí? Ese tracking, y se llegan a ver como en la parte de abajo, en la parte de arriba, como hormiguitas. I'm telling that actually you see like little ants when it's not accurate adjusted. You sometimes see like a thing
Yeah, yeah.
on screen. Son como o sea, está en video, la sincronismo se hace en video, es decir, lo que hace es decodificar ese código, justamente, que queda fuera de la imagen, pero que está fuera, o sea, fuera de lo que se ve, pero que está en la imagen, y eso lo que hace es sincronizarlo con los diferentes elementos. Normalmente VITC se usan más para lo que es imagen, cámaras y demás. Tienen ventajas y desventajas cada uno. Algunos dispositivos tienen los dos, VITC. Por ejemplo, al ser audio, si el reproductor de audio está detenido, obviamente no va a haber código porque necesitan que esté reproduciendo para poder identificar el código. Entonces, cuando está detenido, el LTC no lee nada, pero el VITC sí. El VITC funciona en play o funciona detenido, pero no funciona, por ejemplo, cuando adelantan o rebobina, no tiene capacidad de leer. Ahora, a veces el LTC sí, entonces va alternando entre uno y otro y tiene un código, los dos tipos de código conectados en el dispositivo. ¿Se entiende eso más o menos? ¿Vamos bien? Bien. Y después el otro código estándar que se utiliza, que por ahí es el que más van a estar utilizando, es el MTC, que es el MIDI Timecode. ¿Sí? El MIDI Timecode es lo que más se va a utilizar dentro de una DAW. Los otros son más para sistemas lineales. ¿Sí? Entre el MIDI Timecode y el timecode impreso en la imagen, el MIDI Timecode, si bien no es SEMTI propiamente dicho, es totalmente compatible con SEMTI. ¿Sí? Hay dispositivos que permiten tomar la información de LTC o de VITC y generar un MIDI timecode, o al revés, del MIDI timecode generar un LTC o un VITC. Cuando yo era joven, había el Motu MIDI timepiece. Do you remember that? The Mark of the Unicorn, the MIDI timepiece. De manejar entradas y salidas MIDI nos permitía pasar de un formato a otro y poder, por ejemplo, tener un reproductor de video que tenía el timecode impreso y convertirlo, el timecode grabado, y convertirlo mediante este dispositivo en MIDI timecode para conectarlo con la DAW. ¿Se entiende? ¿Vamos bien?
Sí, sí, vamos a ver.
Sí, sí. Muy bien.
So I already told them about a little bit about the
Yeah, I think I understood most of what you said, hopefully. So, I mean, one thing about the LTC maybe is to know that you got to make sure that that's recorded properly because it's an audio signal. So I don't know if you mentioned that.
No, I didn't mention that.
If that's distorting or something, because it's basically like sine waves and square waves more or less. It's basically a signal, and if that's distorting, it could mess up your time code. So you got to make sure that that's like on a proper level, not too low, not too high, that it's not distorting. And also don't make sure that there are no equalizers or anything on that track, because that could also be a problem. If you equalize, it's basically changing the readability of the time code.
So they overlap, right? You have like the sine wave and the square wave.
Yeah, I think it's like, I'm not exactly sure, but I think it's a combination of sine wave, square wave that basically gives like digital representation of the signal, right, with like
Mhm.
80 bits or whatever it was, something like that. So and then basically, if you mess up that signal, then the time code might not be readable anymore. So that's one thing to watch out for.
Yeah, actually, when you're using time coding, for example, in a 24 track, the 2 inches machine, the track number 23 is not used, or is used by something that is not that relevant, because it's a very aggressive signal, the LTC, so it has a lot of crosstalk, and my lead vocal on the on the channel 23.
Yeah, and also the other way around, that you try. I think people try to avoid like loud percussive signals next to the time code,
Yeah.
so that that's not spilling over and messing up the time code. Because
Hmm.
so that's, I mean, just a few things to watch out for.
Yeah.
Um, and then MIDI, I think you also mentioned that this is also used to clock devices within the studio, or not?
Um, not no, not exactly. So if you want to,
Okay, so I mean, like basically, you mentioned that it's basically not always having the SEMT, right? But you
Mhm.
can, it can also basically be a MIDI time code about timing information. But you can also feed SEMT information, or basically send SEMT time code through in a MIDI time code, which basically
Mhm.
means that you can clock devices. For example, what I have in here, I have basically one my main computer, which is for composing, and but I use a different computer, like this laptop where I have them synced just over MIDI over LAN with MIDI time code. I mean, there are more professional options out there, but it's also, I mean, that's a very simple going through a network and just connecting different pieces of software, make sure that they're all running on the same time code. So that's
Exactly.
what MTC is used a bit.
So
Yeah, actually,
you sorry, no.
sí, sí. No, sí, sí.
Okay. So you use like the SMPTE signal to synchronize your MIDI audio. That's what you
Yeah,
said.
not the MIDI audio, but basically just to, like, on this computer I run Rendo, so that's generating an SMPTE time code that
Ah, okay.
basically just time code information that I'm sending through a MIDI as a MIDI time code to this computer where I'm on now through a network, and then I have Pro Tools running on this computer, and that is basically reading the incoming MIDI time code and basically moves the cursor based on the information it gets from the Rendo. So it's really
Okay.
to sync two different
You
software.
use it as a clock. I understood. Okay. Thank you.
So that's also synchronization, but not necessarily having to do with the synchronization we're talking about here on set at the moment. I'm deviating from topic.
Yeah.
So
Actually, no, it's okay. Actually, in live shows, they're still using MIDI, and then mm, on with lights. I don't remember the name right now. That is compatible with SMT also. So, for example, in a big live show, everything is synchronized. For example, you have the the pre-recorded stuff that is sounding like, I don't know, backing vocals or keyboards or whatever, and then you have the lights that are responding to that synchronization also, and then you have the video over there. So the and there are lots of stuff that is going, um, that is synchronized all together. And actually, in big shows, there's a guy that is his only job is to see that everything is going in the right way regarding to synchronization. He has everything there, and he has to be looking at every single situation that is on sync and checking that is running in the right way. So the sync guy, and 1993, 95, I remember. U2 came here with a show, the band U2, and the Pop Mart tour, and they had at that time. I mean, I'm talking about middle '90s. They have everything synced. All the show, it has all the show was synced. Everything was synced. I mean, the Edge, the guitar player, he didn't touch any single pedal. Just the expression other pedal. So when when the chorus was coming, just changed the delay and the overdrive and wherever, and he keeps playing. Everything was going um, in sync with the song. It was a pretty good show. I mean, and on the stage, they didn't have anything on stage, so they were just them. I mean, there were a lot of things. I mean, like pedals or things like that. They didn't touch anything. Everything was synced with the music. Behind the scene, pushing pedals or things like that. I don't know.
Really busy.
Yeah, I actually know that a couple of bands they have that. They have like a guy pressing pedals and all the stuff, while the other guy is.
Nice. Yeah. Actually, one thing I just remembered for the, I don't know, you might have mentioned this too, for the LTC, MTC, um, like the MIDI timecode can also send while it's on hold, basically. So you don't need much pre-roll or post-roll. You can basically send it to send location information when you basically just move the cursor to a specific location. While if you have an audio signal that you would have to play back, it always needs a little bit of pre-roll before it actually knows where it is. So that's one of the differences between these two time codes.
Great.
Or between what time codes?
Between the LTC and the MTC, for example, because
Okay.
if you're using the same thing, you could clock devices with both, but they will be fine. But basically, you need to play it if it's on an audio track in order for the time code to be read and transmitted to another device. While with MTC, you can basically tell it, okay, send the location information at any time, even when it's not playing back.
That reminds me the problems we have with ADAT, with ADAT, that when you have 3 or 4 machines, maybe you should wait for 20 seconds in order for the
Yeah.
them. So
Yeah,
if you want to listen to a tom fill, you should put like 20 seconds before the tom fill, and then wait.
yeah, they all need to be synced up. And on
Okay.
set, people also say that you should make the slowest device the master clock, because then the other ones are faster and like getting onto that, jumping onto that time code.
Yeah, yeah, that's actually the thing that I'm maybe presentation is that we're talking about um, location time code. I mean, this is like we are you're I mean the time code is that kind of synchronization. The time code is like a location information or syncing information, because we are telling with this information with hour, minute, second, and frames, like, okay, we're going to that corner and no sé, San Martin y whatever other street you want to go of and then you have the other information and synchronization information that we should add here maybe, that is the one regarding to the speed the time code rate accurate or accurate how do you call it? Accurate,
Yeah, accurate.
yeah. For example, you have 24 frames per second, but not every single piece of gear works exactly, and small differences. So in a long term recording situation, you should have some deviation on the origin on between the different machines. So you should use a master clock,
Yeah,
actually. That is usually called the black burst. Is it called there that way?
I think it could be one. Yeah, yeah. I think
Yeah.
I've heard that term before. Yeah,
There is a master clock, a master time code rate clock. Okay, that is different than a clock of the Dow, man. Okay, ¿se entendió eso? O sea, el sincronismo que estamos viendo de timecode es un sincronismo de ubicación, ¿sí? Nos está diciendo una ubicación específica, pero al mismo tiempo necesitamos un sincronismo de velocidad. Sincronismo de velocidad, hay un aparatito que se llama Blackburst y diferente. Un clock, pero para el timecode rate, es decir, entregarnos exactamente la velocidad de cuadros para que todos los dispositivos se conecten a ese elemento y estén todos sincronizados de la misma manera. Tengan en cuenta entonces que son dos cosas diferentes, no es lo mismo el sincronismo de ubicación que el sincronismo de velocidad, ¿sí? Son dos elementos a tener en cuenta.
Did you mention because I mixed it up before. I basically started talking about the time code later on in post production. That this time code that's recorded here is basically as a reference between image and video, like all the different takes that are recorded. And then once the piece, like the film, is edited together, then you would create a new time code on the picture log that is used for post production. Did you just say exactly the same?
No.
Oh, okay.
I told them that they had to be aware of the difference between the time code rate clock actually and the time code
Yeah.
location. There are two different things. I mean,
Oh. The time code you have as a sound designer and composer later on is basically the new created time code that doesn't have much to do with the time code that's used for creating sync between the image and the audio. So that's, I mean, it's using the same time code format, but it's basically at that point different, newly generated time code.
yes, it's like in a specific moment of the production, you change the time code to a new time code rate. That is the post production time code rate based on the
Films are not shot in sync, so you might have like, I mean, they start with the last scene sometimes, or with it's like somewhere in the middle.
yeah.
And so that's why, like, if we would follow that time code, it would be very messy if we kept that all the way through post-production for composing. So that's when, at some point, once the picture is edited together and locked, we would generate a new time code. But we'll talk about that in a second as well. Just want to make sure that there's no confusion.
Bien. ¿Dudas? ¿Estamos bien?
Oh, perfecto.
Bueno, creo que sincronismo lo tenemos ya bastante cubierto. Vamos a pasar entonces. Do you want to transfer or you prefer? I don't know. Or maybe we should go to the other slide, the other part. I mean,
That makes more chronological sense.
yeah.
I don't know how big this is on your screens. Can you read this, or should I zoom in more?
That one is pretty tiny. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just zoom in.
This in this you will need to zoom it more.
Okay, so this is the overview here, and we'll just zoom in to wherever we're gonna go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, the idea is going like in a production order. So we start with synchronization. That is the basic facts that we all should know about any session related to post production. So now we're going to talk about the actual recording of audio in post production. We know that we have a specific time code rates. We know that we have to have everything in sync.
Yeah,
Post
so
production. Most
maybe,
of these, yeah.
go ahead. Sorry.
No.
Yeah, so maybe we should start with like all the equipment that people use on set and how that
Yeah, sure.
a little bit. So yeah, we have microphones, of course. We have grabadores.
Recorders, yeah.
So that's basically like recorders, handheld recorders or workstations. There might be consoles and like location mixers as well for sound recording on set. So basically, those are the tools we work with, which you all know from like regular recording. It's basically a microphone that's connected to a device that's recording. So it's as simple as that. There are a few things that are different when working on a film set. It is kind of the type of recording and sorry, the type of microphone, obviously, and how it's handled. Like, for example, when you work in acoustic recording situations, you always like you move your microphone around for minutes, and like say, oh, I'm going to move that over here. It just sounds a little better on my hi-hat. Yeah, this is beautiful. And most of the time on a film set, there's like all you have to worry about is getting the dialogue as workable as possible. I mean, there's obviously like better the quality, the better it is. But if like in the stress on set, you get a good quality or decent quality dialogue that sounds all right that you can work with in post production, sometimes that's more important than losing hours of time because you probably will be fired from set if you tell the director, just give me another second here. I'm going to. Oh yeah, now it's nice. Yeah, we can start
I want more crying, please.
exactly. Yeah.
Can you cry a little bit more?
So basically, that's because it's not the only thing people worry about. It is part of something bigger, and unfortunately, most then audio is basically you make sure that it all works, so there's not that much time. But that doesn't make the job easier because you still you have to apply your knowledge in order to record what you have or what you can. So yeah, let's maybe take a look at the microphones first, kind of following that signal flow.
Yeah.
I mean, you use all the microphones you know already. Probably the one that's most often used is the shotgun microphone, and I guess everyone knows how that works with like time cancellation differences. Like that's very directional.
¿Entienden por qué el shotgun es tan direccional? ¿Saben por qué? Creo que lo hemos charlado en algunas grabaciones. ¿Está claro eso o lo quieren que lo charlemos? Ok.
Si lo podemos charlar un poquito. Para
They said we
homogeneizar
should talk a little bit
opiniones.
about the shotgun microphone, how it works actually.
Okay, so I mean, basically speaking, like all the other microphones you see here, actually, yeah, they are, except for this one down here, they are basically the acoustic operating principle defines the polar pickup pattern, right? You might remember that basically the capsule design for a pressure microphone, which is completely sealed off on one side with a membrane here, it's basically it's reacting to pressure from all around, right? Because there's a fixed pressure inside the capsule, and the pressure changes according to the pressure difference of the fixed pressure inside and the pressure right outside that microphone. So basically that means that it doesn't care where the sound is coming from, and it's omnidirectional for most frequencies. Obviously for high frequencies, you get pressure buildup because of the reflections, and for high frequencies, those microphones become more directional. But technically speaking, a pressure microphone is always an omnidirectional microphone, right? If you start opening up the membrane from the back, let's say you open it completely from the back, it's basically there are 2 points where the pressure is being compared before that membrane moves left and right. So if a pressure wave comes in from here, there's no pressure difference, that membrane is not moving. If it's coming in from here, the pressure difference would be the most, and that membrane starts moving. So that would be a figure eight polar pattern. And this is probably nothing new to you, right? Did you hear that in recording course? Yeah. Because I could pull up some slides about this, but maybe it's too much. So, and then basically like all of these are created by a combination of that. For example, the cardioid microphone is partly open on the back. Then the was it the wide cardioid, or how do they call it? Like there's another term in English they always use. A subcardioid is basically a little bit more open than a cardioid, a little bit more closed than a cardioid. And the further you go into this direction, the more you go towards the the more directional you become, the more you go, the more you open up the backside of the membrane. So that's basically roughly how it works. And that's why the shotgun microphone is a slightly different case, because it's becoming very directional with interferences from the sides. And you can see that here. So you see basically the membrane is attached down this pipe more or less, not all the way, like always depends. And there's sound coming in from the front, and side sounds to a certain extent is basically being canceled by just time differences getting into this hole. That's roughly how a shotgun microphone works, and that's why it's not. It's slightly it behaves slightly different than all the other ones that are usually create all the other polar patterns that are usually created with a mix of pressure and pressure gradient components by opening up the membrane from the backside.
Ujú.
And
¿Se
for
entiende lo de los puertos de sintonía? Es decir, al tener esa longitud, tiene la capacidad de poder tener diferentes laberintos de sintonía que permiten generar una cancelación mucho más precisa sobre el material que está viniendo fuera de fase o que se termina justamente con ese retraso que se genera en el momento que está entrando por las ranuras de los costados, ¿sí? I said the same that you with different words.
okay, perfect. Can you see this now? Actually, I'm just going to show a polar pattern of a fresh shotgun microphone because that's really important for your practical work on set.
Mm-hmm.
Stop this. And I'm just going to share my entire screen. There you go. You should see just this polar pattern now, maybe. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So basically, like this is, this is a typical shotgun polar pattern. You see that it's very directional, but it's got a rear lobe as well to the back, and it's got small lobes to the sides. And those are actually really important to keep in mind when working on set. The most from like around 45-degree angles, you can point that away from noisy sound sources, for example. Let's say there's a vent or an air vent somewhere that's making a little bit of noise and you operate the boom, then you can point at the actor in different angles. And if you know this polar pattern, then you can really reduce the background noise substantially by pointing one of these dead sides towards that noise source instead of just taking care that you actually get the actor right. So there's always like trying to get the best possible signal while recording the least amount of noise. Or reflections is another one. Like there's always remember we had some problems. I would say always problems when you have entrances of houses. Like there's always like it's a small room, more or less, small space. And when people talk there, there's always going to be reflections. And depending on where and pretty short reflections and loud reflections. So depending on where you have your microphone, you might pick up the reflections just as loud as the direct sound. And you get comp filtering and a very thin sounding dialogue. So then kind of like thinking about where that reflection is coming from and pointing one of the sides where it's picking up the least sound towards that wall can already help cleaning up the dialogue quite a bit. So this is kind of that unique way of working, or that unique job of like totally understanding the equipment, working with acoustics while following the script, not getting in the way. So that's kind of like the best boom operator in the world, understanding acoustics to the extreme, understanding microphones, being a great communicator, getting out of the way, and what was the other one? Yeah, and knowing the script in and out so that you can actually follow the actors with your boom.
Yeah, actually, that lower pickup is sometimes is the reason why you don't want to put the microphone like underneath and taking the image. Taking the vocals from the floor to the mouth actually, because you can pick up some noises regarding to footsteps or things like that, because you have the is sometimes it's get into the image, so you don't want that neither.
Yeah, exactly. Enough on shotgun microphones?
Yeah.
What?
So yeah, so basically zooming in all the way on this shotgun microphone here. So basically that's why they work differently, and because you want to isolate everything else that's going on, that's why they're kind of a preferred thing on most film sets. But people also work with hypercardio microphones and anything that's kind of directional because they often have a more natural sound to them. And you can even like go with cardioids, which sounds basically like, roughly speaking, the more you go towards the omnidirectional side, the better you sound. Like very roughly speaking, it always depends on the context, obviously. So that's why sometimes using the most directional in a very quiet environment where you might get away with something else, it might actually yield a better result. Though most of the time you might just have one or two microphones on set with you, and, and you might not have that choice that you usually have in a studio where you have that beautiful closet of U47s and M149s and all these beautiful microphones. So, and then the other one, which you probably have seen at sporting events, is the parabolic microphone, which basically just uses, zoom in on this, basically just uses acoustics to direct the sound from a specific direction onto the microphone capsule. So the sound comes in from here, the microphone actually points into the other direction, and that is being all reflected back at the microphone membrane to pick up the sound. And this is what people like at sporting events, they always like point towards where the action is in order to pick up those sounds. Now without audience in stadiums, I think the job might be a little easier. I don't know.
Yeah. Actually, I read.
Actually, do they add crowd noises these days for sporting events?
Yeah, they're adding like people, crowd, and stuff.
Yeah, they do that here in some, like in the Bundesliga, they don't. They're just for like some countries, so it's really strange.
Actually, a friend of mine went to the control room of one of these big NFL huge events, and they have a huge console. And he said, "What do you want? Why do you want this huge console here?" And they actually said that a couple of these guys, the one with the parabolic microphones, they are always pointing to a wall, for example, in a free kick or wherever, and they have triggered sounds. For example, like a kick, like, poof. When he triggers when he hits the ball, he actually is triggering a sound to make that kick like sounding like a movie, you know. And they have a como que tienen ahí un trigger con el sonido de una super patada de pelota y tienen apuntando en estos micrófonos a la pelota, entonces cuando le pega, dispara el trigger. Entonces suena como si le pegara con todo.
I remember something like that, like going to talk about the sounds for the Olympics or something, that they had like some ski things, like ski sound effects they added in, and so
Yeah.
it's all about the show.
Yeah.
Oh, we forgot the Laval microphone or lapel microphone, lavalier. Those are the microphones that you attach, which you know, to people. But depending on the situation on set, you might also hide them in the props. Like there might be this, maybe they move around too much, or they don't wear any clothes where you could hide the microphones, and then you could attach it to certain objects and be really creative in that way in order to pick up the sound for that scene. So oftentimes you have a combination of lavs and shotgun microphones, for example. So you have the close and you have the boom, and sometimes you might even have room mics. And then you also have some people are using stereo setups to record the room, which can add a lot. Or double MS systems for surround recording, because then later in post-production you can focus in just on the sound, just on the mono microphone, or you can widen up the sound if you wanted to. I find that most of the time you end up using just one microphone in post-production anyway. I just did music for a film and actually did the mix for a short film as well. And the director was super like, yeah, they did like a super immersive recording on set, and yeah, it was beautiful. And I think it was kind of stereo thing or something. And then I got from the dialogue editor, he also mixed the dialogue before I added the music. I told him like, oh, sounds really good. What did you guys do? I scrapped all the other microphones and just used the boom because it was just easy. And then he created reflections for that, and because it sounded better, because there's always noise on set. So and as soon as you pick up like place microphones that pick up like a wider range, you're obviously also going to pick up the noises. So that's always the downside. You might not always be able to do exactly what you want because there are extraneous noises where you need to record the dial.
And I guess it look all the stuff.
Yeah, and actually that's another thing you should mention. Sometimes you're allowed to go out with the director on location scouting. or with
Mhm.
like the location scout for larger productions. And then in those situations, you are the audio expert because they often just look visually at something. They just say, "Oh, this is such a beautiful thing," and then you're like, "Yeah, but there's a highway right there. Like this,
Yeah.
can we find another like beautiful
This is an
farmhouse?"
airport.
Exactly. So I mean, in the end, they will decide on the visuals, but you can like consult them and saying, okay, this is a noisy environment, or you can investigate, can we turn off the AC here somewhere in order to
Yeah.
reduce noise? So this would also be part of an uh, audio audio person for film, like working with the director to find locations that work sonically as well.
Hmm.
Um, where should we go now?
We good.
Actually, let's go to recorders first, maybe.
Yep.
So yeah, we have different. Actually, let's do the boom first because that's the next thing that
Yeah.
we go through in the chain. Am I
Yes, sir.
still sharing this? Yeah. So once the microphone hits the once the sound hits the microphone, um, like this person, the boom operator, as I already mentioned, is a very important person on set. Um, you've got to be quite strong
Yeah.
because you basically
Big
hold on
arms.
boom forever. Um, there are different boom poles out there too. So there are heavier ones, but ideally you want to have a cheaper one, but it's got to be steady enough that it's not bouncing around all the time. So that's why certain boom operators use certain booms and have preferences for that. The the other thing is you don't want to be in frame. So I mean, sometimes I mean, you see that in release shows that sometimes you see that little thing coming in from the top, and then oh, there's a boom microphone there. Um, so so that's something usually the image people will let you know. Like you place that boom, say, okay, am I good? And then they say, no, you got to go a little higher, got a little higher until it's not in the frame anymore. Another thing is that you got to be aware of where your lighting is, because if there's a light there, you might not be in frame, but the shadow of the boom microphone might be in frame. So that's like there are a lot of different things to consider when operating the boom, and also where to place it acoustically, as I already mentioned, turning it around. I always find that the more natural sound is from the top, and I already mentioned, like you also have less reflections from the ground, but you also get more of the chest voice here. Like you get like the entire picture. If you point it this way, it usually sounds a little thinner if you um, point the boom upwards towards the mouth. Um, I mean, but as I also said, it sometimes just depends on the situation, because sometimes you just can't place it there because there's lights everywhere or whatever. So you basically find that position to get the best possible recording. And sometimes if that's not possible with the boom, you would go into uh, like using lav microphones and giving each person a microphone, which is also a lot more common for interviews, where you often see that they have microphones somewhere if they don't have a handheld microphone, which you also see a lot. So I'm also
And
often
it's
telling,
always uses also as a backup, because when you see, for example, I don't know, president is talking, he's talking to a microphone and maybe a, a, a microphone on the table, but it's also have a lavalier here or a personal mic. So it's like a
the
very
US,
way.
I think it would probably be better if you lose everything the president is saying these days.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, so then you have the labs, you have, oh, these are actually really cool, which is more automated, which is not necessarily that much. I mean, they use on film too, but they're most on sporting events.
Mhm.
You've seen those microphones and cameras that are kind of like flying around as well. I think it's more for cameras, and these would be then suspended from above crowds and positions like that. Then you
Yeah,
have,
actually, you may want those mics, those kind of mics suspended because of different reasons. But one of the reasons that you don't want anyone to go and kick your microphone or wherever. So sometimes when making crowds, miking crowds or people that is in live sets or wherever, the microphones are not from the sailing because you don't want to anyone to move or kick or get in front of those mics.
Yeah, that's another thing for operating the boom. You don't want an actor to stumble across the boom which is lying underneath. So another thing that I've seen, might have done myself as well. If you're the only person on set, you operate the boom. At the same time, you have to have a recorder. So you hold the boom, operate the recorder with the other hand, and because the boom has weight, it tips over and hits an actor on the head. So that's so ideally you want to set it up so that you always have the boom really steady there, or that you attach it somehow. So there's a lot of different tricks you can do.
I
Other
have a
thing would be,
question.
yeah.
Sorry, I have a question. I've seen that in the NBA, they
Mhm.
are making videos with where you can in the middle of the match. I think that was incredible, but because I think it was not un corbatero, ¿cómo es que se dice? Lab microphone.
Yeah.
They don't use that. I think. How could they do? I don't know if you have seen these
I haven't
videos
seen those.
of
No.
the
I
NBA,
haven't
but you
seen
can
those,
listen
but
as if he.
I think there should be like a parabolic microphone, and I don't think they just can. They're following some players and some specific time, and they are showing
Yeah,
that. I don't think they're showing. They are actually have a specific microphone for each player. I think it's more like, okay, let's go over this
claro,
player
claro,
and
no. Es que para cada partido, for each match, they choose, I don't know, 3 or 4 players, and
yeah.
they have the recordings of each of those players, not all of them.
Yeah.
Ah,
I think that they should
But it
have
was
like
interesting.
a parabolic mic. I think so. I don't know.
the Toronto Raptors lost. I don't watch the games
You don't care
anymore.
anymore.
But it's basically, it could also be, I know there's the automated following things,
Yeah.
like basically human tracking, like tracking human, and then basically like you could point that parabolic microphone without having someone to stand there. That might be one way, but that's actually something I'd love to check out how they do that. But I mean, my guess would also be parabolic microphone and following a few players. Does it sound really good? Like, is it good
Yeah,
quality?
you can understand everything, and you can understand what the people that is near them is saying too.
Huh.
You
Interesting.
can listen like a conversation between the players in the match. It's interesting. I have played basketball, and it was like that was the professional player saying.
Oh, cool. I have to
Very
check.
dangerous also.
Yes.
That's true. You don't want to do that with hockey players.
There will be a big
Actually, very concerned when the NHL didn't have audience because they curse all the time, and usually that's covered up to the audience, and they didn't want to put that on TV. So
Yo tengo otra duda, si puede ser.
¿Sí?
So my question is, what's the advantage that the boom mics have over the, ¿cómo se llaman los corbateros en inglés?
Lavalier, sí, los
El
personales.
lavalier. Or, easy to use because you don't have a mic that can get in the shot, or, it falls in, you don't need a boom operator. But I guess maybe the boom, since they can be larger, they have quality advantages or something. So I was wondering about that.
yeah, I find it like we actually like pull up a session later and listen to that. Like that's one of the sessions you will get to. But basically, what I find is that the like one of the things is that the boom can add perspective because you're basically if it's a wider shot, you also are wider away with your boom, and if you're closer, it's closer. So that kind of like gives that natural perspective that sometimes matches what you see. Um, then you have a more natural sound. I find it's just because the sound just a little bit further away from the sound, so it just sounds a little bit more natural. But you're absolutely right. The laughs, they can be sometimes a lot cleaner because you have less noise. So that's like this. But what I find personally that the boom is always giving me a more like slightly more open, natural experience.
Also, the other microphones, los personales de Lavalier, they are like pointing here. They're not pointing to actually to the mouth. So they had that this shadow that is working. I don't know if it's not helping. And also sometimes it's when there are also a lot of action. Maybe you should have some clothes noise there because it's just moving with the clothes. What Tilo said, the the I mean, the personal microphone is always on the same place. So whatever, if you are running or you turn around or whatever, it's always sounding the same way. And the other microphone, the boom microphone, it sounds a little bit more what you're actually watching.
Perfecto. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. And also I find that this person adds a lot, like because it's basically like you can react to what you need in the scene. So basically, and you wouldn't have that with the laugh attached somewhere because it just as Anand said, that's steady. So and that's why like you can change the timbre. Like this person would monitor and say, oh, this doesn't sound great. I got to do something else. Okay, now we got the sound we need. And this is basically like the actors are just there to perform whatever they're performing, like the acting. So they won't worry about, oh, you got to talk a little bit more like this so that you can talk into the microphone. And also there's this, especially like on films, there's always going to be a lot of movement. And no matter where you attach the microphone, there's always going to be this one scene where they do this or do this and they touch the microphone, so that you won't get that.
Sorry, I have another question. What can you say about the other method in terms of the final result of the method that you mentioned earlier, that you make the reverb with the sound of the claquet?
Oh, okay. So that would be then, let's say this, we had a camera here. So filming this, you would have the claquette here. So then you would have, where's the claquette? Oh, you know what it looks like. So then you would have the microphone where it would be, more or less. You would try to get the claquette where the actor would be. Like usually they do that in front of their faces. And so basically then going from, you would get an impulse that goes from the more or less the actor's position to the microphone, which you can then put into software in order to create kind of the
And the result is good or not?
Sorry?
And the result is any good or
it works to a certain extent. I mean, it's the same. Like if I would use this in a studio situation for music, I would not use it because
okay.
But if it's in this case, if it just adds a little bit to the basically matching. Actually, I should probably mention that you use that impulse response in order to match the ADR you record later to the voice you hear here. I don't know if that was clear.
Yeah, actually, sometimes you can use to match the lavalier mic to the boom also.
That too, yeah, that's true. Yeah. So I'm gonna say, so yeah, it adds something. It might get it closer, and you can use the space, but it's obviously not a proper acoustic impulse response that you would do with a stereo or surround pair in a real environment. And nowadays, I think Altiverb is what I used for this, which has a function because it kind of like knows what a clap works like, more or less, or what it sounds like, and translates that well into an impulse response. Because usually we do that with sweeps, and but nowadays you have other software like Dialog Match from Isotope RX. Where basically you wouldn't need any of that. It basically analyzes the material and just adds as much reverb as it needs in order to kind of even out the dialogue these days.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Any other questions?
Regarding background noise, which one works best? Because I think that the one mic is like the worst option.
For background noise, I mean, it depends also on how close you can get. And that again depends on the camera angle. So let's say like this would be a noisy room, but the camera is really close just on her face. Then you could get really close with that microphone and probably get a good enough signal to noise ratio.
Okay. So
Well,
so you need that boom microphone to be directional enough as not to get the sound
yeah,
of the clothing, right? Of the
yeah, exactly.
boom.
So you wanted that to be closer. For example, if this was a camera angle, that would basically be all of this. Then this boom would have to be really far away. And then either if it's directional enough, you might get away with it, or then you would actually get back to the lav microphone because that is closer. And sometimes it's also a mix of both.
Sometimes you just leave it to the other thing we are going to see today, that is ADR. I mean, you record like a reference and then replace that.
That is true. Yeah, oftentimes. I mean, oftentimes it's really just about the reference for ADR. I mean, not often, but sometimes you can't use it. You immediately flag this scene for ADR and you communicate that to the director and says, we need this in ADR, so don't worry about quality of sound for now. And you just somehow stick the boom in there or use the lav in order to record that dialogue line so it can be re-recorded in post. Yeah, spot microphones are those where you kind of hide them in the props. And yeah, those can be really useful because you can actually use cardioid microphones. You can use apply more of what you know from the studio in order to get a decent sound, and you can be really creative of where to place them. And they could be pretty much any kind of microphone as well. And then we have
Básicamente son micrófonos que están en la escena pero escondidos, entonces uno se puede acercar mucho a la situación sin que se vean en la cámara. ¿Sí? Ahí la cámara estaría apuntando de frente a ese actor, entonces el micrófono ese no se vería porque está abajo de la mesa.
And then you have like the Fisher boom, which is this fancy thing here for larger productions where you don't have to do that much holding by yourself. It's kind of like a suspended or a supported system that makes it easy to go around. And they come in all different length and anything. Like it really depends on the production, which of these you might be needing. And
Actually, it's for very big sets. I mean, when you have to go like a long distance between the recording guy and the person who's talking.
Yeah, and also don't show up with this to an interview. Like, just hold on, and you like try. I come to set with this huge thing just to set a boom pole. I mean, there's
where is the sound guy? And then you hear it's coming with that machine
to get the boom ready. Yeah, so this is like, it really depends on the situation. And these are kind of the standard use, but you might have read production reports about what was it? It wasn't. It was some kind of where they sing a lot and they recorded all on set with DPA microphones and actually used the live vocal performance on the film too. I forgot.
Was it Les Miserables?
Yeah, it was Les Miserables, exactly.
Yeah.
Creative approaches to kind of like not follow exactly how people do it, but if you know,
yeah, I was thinking about that one while you were talking about all this, because I saw one of the production videos and thought it was very interesting how they did it all.
Yeah, that was amazing how they did it. And I think they even got like didn't they get a Academy Award or something for that production, or Grammy or something, which doesn't always mean that it's good, but in this case it was quite impressive, like to basically work around set and still capture that performance. Then it's almost becoming more like a live concert performance in a sense, if you think about it. So so even though, as I said, even though you have the like the standard conventions which people refer back to, like don't let that hold you back from thinking about possible better ways in that particular situation to apply your knowledge in order to get a better result. Yeah, I mean, there's like the laughs are funny too, because once I think I had that. Do you guys remember the movie Naked Gun from with C. Nielsen? And I had on set, I once had the one of the actors forgot to take off their laughs and went to the bathroom.
Yeah,
I was his sound supervisor, and I was I was just making sure that it was running. I had the boom guy was singing it, and they were taking room tone, which is actually another thing we should talk about. I don't know if we have a different slide for this. No, but basically room tone means that you usually record a couple of minutes or so of just silence in any room you shoot in, if there's time for that. Basically meaning that because then you can use those snippets to fill in the gaps in between the dialogue when it's all edited together to get one smooth performance. So we were recording room tone, and then you get the quiet on set, recording room tone roll, and then all of a sudden my the sound recordist who was wearing headphones just started giggling until he couldn't hold back anymore because he basically heard one of the main actors in the bathroom who forgot to turn off their laughs, and he was just listening to him recording Pete on the bathroom in the bathroom while room tone through the boom. So yeah, so there's always these funny stories on set, which that just reminded me on that Naked Gun scene where he's on the bathroom or the Queen. I don't remember exactly how that went. Quite a long time ago. Yeah, so room tone is usually recorded then with whichever microphones you're using in order to get a little bit of that room, basically just the background noise. Again, this is, if it's great if you have it. Sometimes you record afterwards if everyone's gone, if there's no time. But nowadays you also, again, you have dialogue match, or you have ambience match in certain software, which basically just analyzes the ambience of the other material and just creates ambience for you. So that's makes our life a lot easier. But then you also don't get into funny situations while recording room tone.
Yeah.
Did I forget anything about these?
I think it's pretty much covered.
Yeah, I mean, what it comes down to is picking the right tool depending on the situation.
Yeah, of course, the experience will give you the the speed to in order to choose the right tool for each situation.
Yeah, exactly. And then, I mean, I remember at that same shoot, I had a boom operator. He was actually a former student of mine, and he kept doing that work, and he's really strong now. Like he looks like this. Because and back then he was already quite strong, like holding that boom forever. Because sometimes I remember there was like a 7-minute dialogue moving much. That's
Like going to the gym.
actually some physical work there involved.
Yeah.
Since we're speaking about a set, and there are certain procedures you usually follow on set, and they might be different in Argentina than here. Like, for example, it's usually they start with a slate. No, they actually start with like picture rolling, blah blah blah, roll picture, and then the camera starts. Then they do sound, roll sound. You say sound rolling, make sure that you hit the record button, and then they do the slate, and then everything. And in between, you also hit quiet on set, and then sound rolling, and all of these. Basically, like we follow this procedure. So you, as a sound recorder, you would basically, you got to make sure that you say sound rolling. That's kind of your cue. And roll sound, hit record, say sound rolling, and you're good to go.
Exactly.
Another thing is on set, you wait around a lot because sound is not the only thing. It's often like they take hours to fix the lighting, and you wait with a microphone somewhere for an hour. Then they have like stand-ins usually for the actors because the real actors might still be in makeup or having a scotch in their trailer or whatnot. And so you have stand-ins to do the lighting. Then the real actors comes, and then you can maybe sometimes do a quick sound check if it works, and then you roll, and then you do a couple of scenes, and then you wait for another 2 hours before they fix the lighting for the next scene. And so there's a lot of waiting. That's why personally I enjoy being on set because of the people. It's a really fun experience. But in terms of the work, it always feels very inefficient because you wait until you do the next scene. But then you also got to consider that it's basically all the other people doing that work for that specific product at that moment in time.
Yeah.
And there's craft services, which is usually all the food. And so you hang out there a lot and eat whatever the production is. So that's how you can spend some time on set too.
Yeah.
I don't know if there are any other conventions in Argentina.
No, pretty much the same.
So yeah, recording room tone, we went into that. Oh yeah, call sheets is another important one um, for the sound. Basic call sheets are sent out to everyone who's needed on set for a specific scene. I mean, there's even apps that create call sheets. So you get like usually the night before, you get a call sheet for the next day, which says which scenes are there, which locations, which actors. And based on those, you can start preparing the recorders and make sure that you have all the scene numbers in there, so that you basically record all the digital files into the folders, that they're named properly, so that you don't lose any time on set. So like that information you can usually take from what's called the call sheet, that is going out to the entire production crew based on whatever's needed.
Yeah, we're going to talk in a few minutes about the name, the recorders and that. But when we at the beginning we talk about the when we were recording on tape, that we had to have a good track of everything. Now in the digital recorders you can have like metadata of the stuff, and have the scene and the take and everything in the actual wave file, or whatever kind of file you use. um, and that it's a very good time saving for, because you have everything like named in advance.
Yeah, which basically gets us to the recording devices. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, this was probably the most famous iconic device, the Nagra. Um, basic like a small analog tape recorder. I mean, that's what it describes. Like
Yeah, actually, it works with a battery, and it has like a couple of preamps, so you can. It was pretty heavy, but it was like portable.
then the next one that was, I remember recording concerts on this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, an recorded Tascam was probably the most famous one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Around everywhere.
Yeah.
You see, it's got two preamps, which basically record in there, and so yeah,
And
those are the old ones which are still. I still see the DAT occasionally, but most of them have been replaced completely by digital recorders these days.
yeah, one of the big advances that the DAT has or have, is it, it actually that the DAT actually can record time code, so the synchronization was a lot easier with the DAT
Mhm.
than with the Nagra. That it was actually the clapboard, the clapperboard.
Then sometimes you see almost like a full production studio on set, which like, or laptop at least, which records then directly into Pro Tools or whichever software you're using. Um, sometimes, which you attach to your belt, and which basically like then you can basically be the boom operator and what I said earlier, and the recordist at the same time. Sometimes they might be a little bit more advanced, and you might have someone else being the recorder. But HD recorders, as Anand said, have the advantage that you can name your files and create folder structures before you go on set every day. So that basically when you record, you just select the next folder, the next scene, and it automatically names your files. Okay, this is that scene in that location, file, blah, blah, blah. And depending on the naming convention, it should be very easy to find per scene, find back the audio files. Because you got to think about, yeah, a feature film has, I don't know how many scenes, and usually you end up with quite a few shots, like different perspectives per scene. So it easily adds to be a huge number of audio files. And the more you have that assigned or organized in all these different folders, the easier it'll be to bring them back or find them back when you need them.
Yeah, and another advance, comparing it with the DAT, is that the DAT only works in 16-bit and 48 kilohertz on sample rate, and now you can use up to, I don't know, 32 bits floating point, and actually 96 kilohertz sampling rate or more maybe.
Or 192, I think some of them go as well,
Yeah.
which then gets us into some sound design things, because if you, I mean, we can't hear higher than 20,000 hertz, we know that. But if you record with like Sennheiser's MHK series microphones, they actually record high frequencies as well. Basically, if you record all the overtones that we usually can't hear, and then if you in creative sound design you pitch that down, it actually sounds much more interesting as if you have 20,000 hertz cutoff and then pitch it down because you don't move anything up that was there before. So that's the advantage of higher sample. I mean, not that much for dialogue, but then when you go into recording sound effects or on location, then that can come in pretty handy.
Yeah, actually talking a little bit about the digital audio workstation, it's not very. Mm, I mean, you can't go running with an actor on a mountain with a laptop and a sound card. That's why it's not that very common to see a laptop on a set. It's more when you have a you have to move with an actor. It's not very very used because it's not that easy.
Yeah, and you would need electricity,
Yeah.
usually, or a generator or whatever. Which
Mhm.
actually is another important point, which you learn very fast or very quickly as soon as you're on set, is bring enough batteries, because these guys sometimes eat up a lot of batteries. So yeah, you don't want to be on a Sunday evening in the middle of the mountains and go, yeah, we can't record sound anymore because we have run out of batteries. So always have spare batteries. Often you have rechargeable batteries too. So once you change them, you charge the next set. But I mean, the camera people these days, they have the same issue. So they like you constantly recharge your batteries while you work with the other sets. So that's something just to keep in mind. In terms of which HD recorders are preferred these days. I think kind of what's becoming the new industry standard, or has become the new industry standard, what used to be the Nagra, is Sound Devices, which is I think an American company. Um, and they're just known for being extremely solid. Like some people say, you can actually drive with a car over one, and it's still going to keep recording. And they are really solidly built. And also their preamps is supposed to be very quiet, which some of these digital recorders, the preamp noise is quite loud. In some situation that might not be an issue, but if you want to record like some quiet nature sounds, then actually um, that preamp quality makes a difference. But that said, you can always use with most of these, you can also use different preamps and then go into the line in depending on whatever you have there.
Mhm.
I've worked a lot with, I think it was a Tascam 8-track recorder as well, which,
Yeah,
what was that called? 188 or
I
811
don't remember the name, but yes,
or 380. I don't know. Some Tascam, which was, we compared that to the Sound Devices microphone preamps, and it was just as nice, almost like very tiny difference. And the price difference was, I
huge.
don't know, not as tiny as to a Sound Devices. So that's, and most importantly, or more importantly than actually knowing or having the best equipment, is to know your equipment, what's possible and what's not possible, and like working with it really fast, because speed on set is essential.
Yeah, another a very important thing, as Tilo said about the battery, is the space in your hard drive.
Yeah.
You don't want to go to a session and I'm full. My hard drive is full.
Exactly. Yeah. Then backups too. Uh, like at the end of each day, or ideally after each scene, you back up the audio.
Hmm.
Um, and I mean, I usually like have a laptop where I just put it on a hard drive, or like whatever works. Sometimes you might even be recording on separate devices or so. But yeah, you don't want to be responsible for having this actor who's getting $1 million for this film losing 2 days because yeah, your hard drive was stolen or something, and then you would have to do all ADR for that. So that could, I mean, same as for other productions, always have backups whenever you go. Like, and sometimes we went as far as having backups in two different cars, so that like the SD was there and the drive was there when we were driving home. So in case one of us dies, the production can live on. But
Actually, here I think it was Coppola, Francis Ford Coppola, that he was rolling here a movie, and he
mhm.
has the in the same computer he has the movie and the backup, and they stole his computer, so they stole actually everything, and he lost
So you can upload to the cloud, whatnot. I mean, all the usual backup things. But yeah, I mean, I actually remember like we went, okay. I mean, it was a really small budget film, so it was more of like making fun of it and saying like we can keep rolling the sound even though if I die now, you have all the files in your car. So
Yeah.
then you also have like these handheld SD recorders, which are often used for interviews. Often they also have microphone inputs, which you can then attach to your boom microphone or spot mics or whatever. They have the same capabilities often as the HD recorders. Actually, just that this is HD and this is SD, but you have these handheld devices as well.
Yeah, maybe the important thing, or the, I don't know if important, but the detail is of this kind of recorders is that they already have microphones. Some of them you can actually change if you're recording like an XI or a kind of ORTF or something like that. You're moving microphones, and for certain productions, it's like the easiest way to go, maybe from small budgets and all that stuff. And you can use the microphones that it already has incorporated. That maybe the HD recorders, you have to go with your microphone and the recorder.
Good point. Yeah, and this, like, yes, Anand said, you can often change these around. And like, I have a Sony handheld recorder, which I just use for almost like taking pictures. When I travel around, I usually have that with me, and if I hear a good sound, which I might be able to add to my sound library, I just hit record and kind of snap that sound with me. So then in that case, you don't want to, okay, I'm going to connect a microphone. You just want to almost like getting out your camera and taking a picture. You take that sound with you. Obviously, you can also record the sound directly onto the camera, or like alongside with the image. Like sometimes there might be sound mix as a reference that's feeding back from the mixer into the camera too. And oftentimes they even leave the camera, the microphone running, even if they are not planning to use that later. They still have that as a reference in the film in case anything else happens. And
Yeah, and sometimes, for example, if it's an interview, the sound is that sometimes it's directly recording in the same camera because they don't want to go with two different devices, and they just go with the camera and the microphone that is holding the person that is doing the interview is going straight to the camera, so they're using the same device. And sometimes, for example, in documentaries, there is one guy that is alone for 5 days in a camera, because also when you're using the microphone with the camera, it's very directional. The way that what the camera is looking at, the microphone is also looking at, for saying in that way. So um, and you don't have to go with two people. You only have one guy with the camera and with the microphone pointing to wherever they want to take.
It's like it all depends on the budget of the production, what is possible as well. I mean, sometimes if you're the only person, it's going to be an iPhone or whatever you have available to you. Like,
Yeah.
um,
Well, actually, you see those purple arrows there, because it's sometimes it's also has to do with the location. If you're using those SD recorders of using the camera, maybe the location is actually where the recorder is. So it has something to do with the location of the microphone.
and then we have
Mixers and consoles.
Yeah, mixers. What is agrupar?
It's group microphones. I mean,
Ah,
if you have more microphones than inputs, that actually recording inputs.
okay, yeah, that makes sense. So
If you want, I can. En algunos casos se utilizan consolas, en determinados tipos de sets se utilizan consolas, porque suelen ser un poco más cómodas. Recién lo que contaba Tilo, por ejemplo, de tener una mezcla de referencia Entonces uno puede grabar en un grabador una mezcla de referencia de todo lo que está sucediendo para después en el momento de hacer la edición de video que sea más cómodo. Entonces directamente todos los micrófonos pasan por la consola y eso después sale una salida de referencia. También la situación puede ser que tengan más micrófonos que entradas de grabador. Entonces, en ese caso, lo que hacen es agrupar los micrófonos de forma tal que ustedes puedan grabar en dos canales, supónganse que tienen de grabador, 4 o 5 micrófonos o los que tengan. ¿Sí? Y al mismo tiempo, eso le da la ventaja de poder hacer ajustes individuales. Por ejemplo, si tienen muchos micrófonos, que no se grabe todo el tiempo todos los micrófonos, sino que pueden mutear, ¿sí? Si a veces pasa que por ahí tienen un actor que va de un punto al otro. Entonces pueden tener un micrófono acá y otro micrófono acá y no quieren estar grabando los dos micrófonos al mismo tiempo porque van a estar tomando cosas que no necesitan y pueden llegar a tener problemas de fase. Entonces, si ustedes habilitan este micrófono en principio y cuando el actor se mueve por el otro lado habilitan este micrófono, entonces lo pueden manejar desde la consola y grabar específicamente lo que necesiten sin tener inconvenientes posteriormente. Y al mismo tiempo, en algunos casos hace falta generar grabador, pero por ahí el director quiere escuchar algo independiente de lo que está escuchando el microfonista y de esa forma se pueden generar mezclas independientes. So I talked about the the make some buses or two groups microphones and then record several microphones in the same recording input, and then I talk about making different mixes. For example, one for the director said before, to go to a reference for the editor later, for the video editor, to have everything in the same channel, and then you can use it to process or use a specific microphone on specific situations. So maybe you can use an EQ on which you can mute a microphone if you're not using, if you're, for example, grouping all mics in the same recorder, so you don't have noise or phase issues later.
Cool. Yes, that's. Oh, actually, one thing to add to the recorders, a lot of them have a pre-roll function, which basically means that they're permanently recording up to, like, a lot of workstations have that these days as well. They're basically permanently recording, and then when you hit record, it starts saving the file. That means that you can go back in time. For example, if they say sound rolling and you forgot to hit record, you might be able to save 30 seconds back in time, and you might still have what you need on there. So those can be a lifesaver as well. Disadvantage is that eats a lot of battery. So that's always. Do I risk that and run out of battery?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, all right.
Well, I think we go through audio recording. Should we make
sorry,
a
I
little
have
break?
one question
Okay.
to the camera. That one should be a small shotgun, or what kind of microphone is it?
Yeah, it depends. You have different microphones there, as far as I know. I don't know too much about what they attach on the cameras because I usually try to stay away from the cameras because I'm a total audio person. But I've seen like the Rode smaller shotgun or hypercardial microphones on there pointing that way. And I don't know, and if you know
Or
more.
actually, you can put wherever you want. I mean, it's like they have like a bolt there. You can put any microphone you want, and it's like a standard. That is actually they pre-use like a balance signal. There is a small 1/8 inch TRS that are actually a balance signal, so you can send phantom power and you can use whatever microphone you want. It's not that heavy, and it's not that heavy the whole system with the camera and the microphone, but actually you can use whatever microphone you want, or if you want, you can just plug the microphone and use it in a different boom or a lab microphone or wherever. ¿Se entendió eso? O sea, el
Sí, sí,
micrófono
sí.
que pongas ahí es el que vos quieras. Se venden un montón de micrófonos, algunas cámaras ya vienen con el micrófono, que es como son esos chiquitos que son micrófonos hipercardioides normalmente. Claro.
Hacia lo que estás grabando.
Dependiendo de lo que estés tratando de hacer. Si es un micrófono de referencia, a veces vas a querer algo que no sea tan direccional. Porque si estás
Claro,
usando
claro.
únicamente como referencia, lo vas a usar, que es una captura general de lo que está sucediendo.
And if it's for dialogue, it's more important that it's directional. But sometimes you might want to capture an entire scene of multiple people or something, and then something that picks up more might be better.
Exactly. And something that we haven't talked about that is accessories. I mean the shock mount and the windshield and all the stuff. For example, if you go to yeah there
Which one would you like? This one?
the shotgun mic, for example, you see the the shock mount. Yeah, there you have. You can see there is like a shock mount. I mean the spider over there that makes all the from actually what the microphone is taking. Also, you have that. I don't know how is that a windshield? Yeah, it's a windshield. I mean,
Yeah.
the thing is over the microphone, so it keeps out the wind noises going into the microphone. ¿Se entiende? O sea, tienen lo que es el shock mount para evitar las transmisiones mecánicas y el windshield que vendría a ser lo que evita que se metan los ruidos de viento o sí, de viento en general, que puede ser natural. Para tratar de evitar que se metan ruidos externos.
So yeah, and here's like some more you might come across
Mhm.
of these guys. Like one, like this, what people call the dead cat, is what you find quite often in more noisy environments for outside.
Yeah.
And like oftentimes you have them inside this blimp, and then you have
Zeppelin.
a dead cat above that. I remember once we had a shoot with a little girl. She was like 10, and she always started patting the microphone before the scene, like, "Oh, that's so cute," because that dead cat came from.
And you should say it's a dead cat.
Yeah, don't touch the dead
Don't
cat.
touch it.
So yeah, and there's some pretty and that actually like can really get like get really bad winds out of like noise, like air movement out of the signal. So that's actually working quite well.
Mhm. Excellent. ¿Otra pregunta?
No,
Bien.
pero
I wanted to add something, if I could.
Sí.
Yeah.
I've seen a video that is interesting to know another use of the shotgun microphone. I've seen a video of the recording engineer of the NBC concert. That is interesting because they wanted to make a video where the microphones couldn't be seen, so they use a shotgun microphone for the voices. And for me, it was the first time I've listened about these microphones, and I think it's interesting to see
Yeah.
because we're not we're not used to use those microphones for making music or live music, but it wasn't interesting.
That is pretty expensive
Ah,
for that recordings.
Julian, do you have the video that we could share it to the class as well? Like, was it online?
if I could find that video.
Yeah, like yeah, just send it to us. Then we because we're compiling a list of interesting other materials, then we could include.
Yes,
Too.
I could look for it now if you wait a minute.
Sure. I mean, it doesn't have to be now. Like, just if you have it, you can.
Okay. Yes, and I could share the NBA videos too to see.
Oh yeah, that'd be really cool to check out.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's yeah, just like in anything, there's always the application of what's needed in that context, and this is a really good example. Um, a friend of mine I studied with, he worked in a musical for some time, and he was basically just the guy, like he was lying on top of the stage because there was a lot of water, and back then they couldn't handle water. He was just with the shotgun microphone. He was following the main actor all the time. So that was kind of like what you would do in sporting events with parabolic microphones, just for the musical. It's just always pointing at the main actor with a shotgun microphone back then. So this, but that's a really good example about that. You could technically use that in music as well if you don't want to see the mics. Awesome.
Here I put on the chat that I think that tiny desk explanation.
Nice. Cool.
Okay, I'll look for them.
Awesome. Any other questions, comments, suggestions, feedback, wishes?
No, not yet.
Yeah, it's okay. Should we make a little break?
Yeah, it might be a good idea.
Like a 10 minutes break? You want?
Yes.
See?
Please.
So you can go to the bathroom or whatever you want to do. I need to go to the bathroom actually.
All right, let's take a 10-minute break then. That's a good idea.
Okay.
Okay, let's take 10 minutes. It's okay.
Yeah. So 11 for you.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent.
Okay.
Cool.
Hello.
One back. 4 minutes late. That's very un-German.
You're the I
I
think.
take that as a compliment.
Yeah, you should.
So, I just
For me, it's a good thing.
yeah. For me, I would say I would agree that that's a good thing to not be too German. Actually, I just watched the NBA video. It's interesting. It does sound parabolic, like because it's a little like this. It's a little covered
Yeah.
in a way, right? Oh, there's a player mic system. Let's see.
I have investigated a little bit, and they are like lavaliers microphones. They put,
Really?
yeah.
That's
So I
great.
think that they play with the transmitter on their panties, or I don't know.
It's really uncomfortable. I mean,
Yeah, I think that they are not worried about breaking up them. They
Yeah,
have the money to pay a lot of them. So I think that if LeBron James hit you,
yeah, I think so too. That's crazy. During games, wow, that is. I wouldn't have expected that at all. That's pretty crazy.
I'm
actually,
searching for
I
that.
wanted a few years ago. I wanted to buy like a, I don't know how is it called. They use it, and they are Russian microphones they use in the war. It's actually here, and it's pretty weird because it's only taking the from.
Yeah, I don't know what they called.
How
and
one said,
and sorry, and investigating that, I found something like what you were saying about the kick in the football in 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 football. So I don't know in the Super Bowl.
yeah.
I found that in the NBA they put uh, el piezo, ponen piezos
Mm-hmm.
uh, under the boot to take, I think, the ball picando, the dribbling. I don't know how do you say that.
Oh, okay, to get more of the impact sound.
Yeah.
That's
They
cool.
have like 30, 40 microphones under the boot. A lot of money, I think.
That's that is true. They have big budget, but I wouldn't have expected at all that they wear in German Bundesliga or something. They were talking about some miking certain things, and they basically said we can't put anything on. Like I think it was a sensor for the ball for the like goal line.
Yeah.
They said we can't put a sensor. That's changing the rules. Like we can't do that,
Yeah.
and so they could like it all had to be outside or some crazy stuff like that. So that's.
Yeah,
But
but I think the United States is more for the show than for the rules.
that is very true. Yeah. Yeah. Now speaking about all of these, it's also I remember that there was when Surround first started. I mean, not first started, but like 2005 when Surround in Germany went on TV with sporting events and everything.
Yeah.
They had like some conventions. We went to people. I think it was from the IRT, the no Rundfunk International, yeah, IRT in München,
Mm-hmm.
and they had like passionate discussions about how much of the soccer ball, like the football impact you should hear, like and how much of that should be going to the LFE. Because they always said if you hear too much of it, it sounds like a small game, not with a full stadium. Because basically that's what you like when you play with your friends. Like you hear the impact of the ball, but if there's like a stadium full of people, you won't hear that. So they always said like you can't do that. You got to do more and then for hockey they said you really got to feel that body check in your chest. That's why it's got to go to the LFE. And so there's a lot of creative choices, and even in sporting events, which I never thought about before I went to that talk. Like you just
Yeah.
recorded and put it on the air, but there's like a lot of probably passionate discussions about how much you should hear the football being
Yeah.
kicked.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so it's pretty
It's
interesting.
crazy.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for searching this out. This is really interesting. So, especially now that the NBA that they all locked down in Disney World. Very strange. Anyway, still enjoy watching it. Though.
Yeah.
Right, let me share my screen. Oh, I should probably resume the recording as well. Is it there? Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So should we, do you want to continue, Anand?
Yeah, sure.
Just get into the next topic here.
We're going to talk about transferring. So we already recorded everything. And now we had to move all that information or transfer that information to nowadays to our DAWs. But actually, we're going to see how the transfer goes on every way, starting from audio, talking a little bit about image, but in audio talking about the different formats. You're going to linear and non-linear and all that. So I'm going to do it a little bit in Spanish and then make the resume in English. Entonces, hablando de transferencia, ¿sí? Lo dividimos como en tres ramas, ¿no? Tenemos por un lado que es la parte de imagen, la parte de audio, y otra que dice otros, que es como la evolución o el cuenta en los diferentes procesos y cómo ganar un poco de tiempo, que hubo un cambio bastante importante en la forma de la acomodada o el arreglo de sesiones dentro de lo que es la postproducción. Empezando por la transferencia de audio, vamos a empezar a hablar de cuáles son los métodos, ¿sí? Recién estuvimos viendo todos los tipos de grabadores. Los grabadores más antiguos son los grabadores lineales, ¿sí? Sistemas lineales. Estamos hablando de que nos permitían grabar en analógico, pero si vamos a estar trabajando hoy día en una DAW y tenemos que hacer la transferencia, vamos a tener que hacer una transferencia analógico-digital, ¿sí? Como habíamos hablado, si grabamos en Nagra, en Cinto, en cualquier grabador analógico, obviamente no vamos a tener el timecode, la única referencia de sincronismo que vamos a tener va a ser la claqueta, ¿sí? Entonces, lo que tenemos que hacer es una transferencia lineal en tiempo real del audio desde un formato hacia el otro. ¿Qué de analógico a digital? En primera instancia, el formato digital al cual vamos a estar grabando, porque no está bueno andar modificando posteriormente los formatos de audio. Es decir, si el proyecto en el cual vamos a estar trabajando, vamos a estar usando, no sé, 24 bits y 48 kHz de sample rate, vamos a querer grabar en esa resolución para no tener que andar haciendo conversiones posteriormente que nos degraden formato de archivo, el sample rate y la profundidad de bits en primera instancia. Ahora, cuando estamos haciendo una transferencia de audio analógico a digital, hay un tema que en realidad nosotros lo tenemos que chequear de antemano, pero lo vamos a mencionar ahora, que es cómo hacemos para estar seguros de que estamos utilizando el nivel, o sea, de que estamos convirtiendo, entrando al conversor con el nivel adecuado, ¿sí? Entonces, para eso se utilizan el tono de referencia es un tono de 1 kHz grabado a un nivel específico, que puede ser o menos 18 o menos 20 dB, dependiendo si es Europa, Estados Unidos. Entonces, cuando uno graba ese tono al principio, ¿sí? Lo que escucha es un derecho, continuo. Lo que hace con ese tono es calibrar su sistema para que el conversor esté actuando o trabajando en el lugar en el lugar, el mejor lugar posible. Entonces, ¿qué quiere decir? Vamos a agarrar esa cinta original, le vamos a poner play, vamos a conectarlo a la entrada de la DAW y que en el momento en que lo primero que empieza a sonar va a ser ese tono a un nivel específico, supongamos a menos 18 dB. Entonces tenemos que agarrar nuestro trim de entrada del grabador, ¿sí? El trim de línea, y ajustar para que el nivel que nos esté mostrando el búmetro sea menos 18 dB. De esa forma nos vamos a asegurar que lo que está grabado no nos va a quedar ni muy fuerte ni muy bajo, de forma de tener conflictos con lo que es la relación señal-ruido. Entonces es importante tener el tono de referencia grabado y cuando se hace la transferencia, utilizar el tono para calibrar nuestra entrada al grabador. So I told them about the reference tone when you're recording from analog tape to a DAW, that you have to adjust that reference tone in the. Después tenemos el otro sistema lineal de audio, que es de digital a digital, ¿sí? Por ejemplo, de un DAT, si hemos grabado un DAT a la computadora, a la DAW. El tema ahí es, ya no necesitamos un tono de referencia porque es una transferencia digital, ¿sí? O sea, el nivel ya está dentro de la resolución que nosotros elegimos. Pero acá aparece otro tema, que es de reloj. Cuando hacemos una transferencia digital de un dispositivo digital a otro, digitalmente, valga la redundancia, es decir, mediante un protocolo que puede ser ASE o USPDIF o el protocolo que sea, tenemos que tener la misma referencia de reloj, ya sea una referencia externa o alguno de los dos grabadores. Si nosotros no tenemos en cuenta eso, lo que se van a generar son dropouts. Es decir, vamos a tener pérdida de información porque es como dos albañiles pasándose ladrillos, ¿sí? En el momento en que perdieron sincronismo, el ladrillo se cae al piso y se rompe. Esto es exactamente lo mismo. Perdemos samples en el camino si no tenemos un adecuado sincronismo de reloj, ¿sí? Entonces, eso es lo que hay que tener en cuenta cuando se hace una transferencia lineal desde digital a digital. So I told them about they have to have the same clock when you're transferring from a digital medium to another digital medium using a digital protocol, of course.
Yeah.
Transferencia no lineal, que es grabar ya directamente en la locación con un sistema no lineal, que puede ser el de disco rígido o el de memorias SD. De esa forma, lo que tenemos que hacer es tan simple como una copia, copy-paste. Lo sacamos de un lado y lo ponemos en el otro, o directamente sacamos la memoria y la enchufamos y utilizamos la información desde ahí. ¿Sí? Ese sería como el método más utilizado de día y el método más común, ¿ok? De transfer. Ahora, hablemos un poquito de los formatos. Okay? I actually told them about the copy-paste. That is the easiest way to go nowadays. ¿En qué formatos vamos a grabar? ¿En qué formato vamos a transferir? ¿Y en qué formato vamos a estar trabajando? Dentro de lo que es formatos tenemos dos ramas que están ahí divididas, que es comprimidos y no comprimidos. Es decir, archivos que no tienen ningún tipo de compresión de audio, ¿sí? We're talking about audio formats. Entonces, arrancando por los no comprimidos, ¿sí? Uncompressed formats. Tenemos como dos formatos que son los que comúnmente se usan, que son el WAV y el AIF, ¿sí? El WAV, antiguamente, lo que primero se originó fue el formato WAV, Broadcast Wave File. Perdón, el WAV solo. De metadata, es decir, el timecode no podía quedar embebido dentro del mismo archivo de audio, lo cual era un problema para el momento del sincronismo. Entonces después se hizo el VWAV, ahí sí, el Broadcast Wave File, que era el mismo formato, pero con la capacidad de poder guardar toda la metadata de sincronismo y de timecode incorporado. Antiguamente se utilizó un formato que hoy día lo pueden encontrar, que es el SD2, el de Sound Designer, que no se usa mucho y que es exclusivamente para se pierde toda la metadata, con la cual es un formato que hoy día quedó en desuso. I don't know if you still use, if anywhere is still using the SD2 format. I don't think so.
Not that I know of. Maybe somewhere.
Yeah. Se reemplazó directamente por el AIF, ¿sí? Entonces los dos formatos más comunes que van a encontrar son el WAV, que es el Broadcast WAV, en realidad la extensión es la misma, es WAV, y que la realidad es que las sesiones son compatibles entre el uso de uno y otro hoy día, ¿sí? Y es compatible tanto en PC como en Mac, no hay ningún tipo de problema en ese sentido. Esos son los formatos más comunes. I don't know if you're using any other format for no uncompressed audio.
It's usually WAV or broadcast WAV.
Mhm.
Everything I've come across recently.
Excellent. Y después tenemos lo que son los formatos comprimidos, compressed audio formats. Esos formatos tienen dos ramas, dos grandes ramas. Por un lado los lossless, que son sin pérdida, y por otro lado lo que llaman los lossy, que son con pérdida. Vamos a arrancar hablando con los peores, que son los que tienen pérdida. Por ejemplo, el MP3, el AAC, y un montón de formatos que, que corresponden a ese método de compresión. Esa compresión quita información. Es decir, cuando yo estoy generando un MP3, estoy eliminando información, hace un análisis psicoacústico y dice, ok, esto está enmascarado, no se lo sacamos, esto está fuera del rango audible, lo sacamos. Y hace todo un análisis, cada uno de estos formatos con su propio algoritmo, obviamente, y quita información. Esa información no hay forma de recuperarla nuevamente, ¿sí? Con lo cual, no es recomendable utilizarlo, a no ser que sea para una bajada de referencia. Que no tienen pérdida, que conceptualmente vendría a ser como usar un archivo zip. ¿Sí? Cuando ustedes comprimen con un zip o con un RAR, ustedes comprimen, trasladan y después descomprimen y queda exactamente igual. ¿Sí? No hay pérdida de audio. El formato FLAC, el formato APE y algunos otros formatos más funcionan de la misma manera. En realidad, cuando ustedes le dan doble clic al archivo FLAC, se está descomprimiendo con un decodificador y se está ejecutando. Esos formatos no tienen pérdida de audio, es decir, la calidad de audio es exactamente la misma que era originalmente. Lo que, y la tasa de compresión no es tan grande como la de un MP3, obviamente. Más o menos un FLAC comprime a la mitad, ¿sí? Más o menos del tamaño. No obstante, en postproducción es recomendable utilizar los formatos no comprimidos, a no ser que haya algún tipo de situación o que sea una bajada de referencia. So I'm telling them that compressed formats, we are not used that much the uncompressed file formats. Actually, something that I didn't tell them is that the MP3 when you're using MP3, it adds like a little gap at the beginning, so it may give you some issues, synchronization issues if you want to use it, but you shouldn't use it at all.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have any experience using compressed formats or.
I mean, like with bandwidth and file size not being a problem anymore these days,
Mhm.
all usually uncompressed. And I noticed the MP3 stuff as well. Like sometimes I send quick references of like film cues, like music to directors, and I just send them the time code, and then they say like, yeah, but this hit isn't right on the hit because of like that little delay. So like never rely completely on synchronization in MP3s. So if that's the case, then I often send off either like a video export or just that, or as a WAV file to make sure that they can put it underneath with like being 100% in sync.
Exactly. And then, okay, let's talk a little bit about image. There we are. Desde el otro lado, de la parte de imagen, que si bien no es la que nosotros vamos a trabajar, está bueno entender y qué es lo que sucede. No le hacemos mucho hincapié, pero sacamos dos ramificaciones. Por un lado tenemos el film y por otro lado tenemos el video. El film originalmente fue el primero que sucedió, obviamente. Normalmente, como dijo Tilo anteriormente, Tilo said, originalmente se usan 24 frames por segundo, ¿sí? Si bien algún fílmico se puede grabar en 25 frames por segundo, sometimes they use 25 frames per second for film also. Um, quieren cambiar de un medio a otro, por ejemplo, de fílmico a video, en muchos casos tienen que hacer una conversión de la velocidad de cuadros, ¿sí? A frame rate conversion. ¿Qué quiere decir? Porque el tema es el siguiente, ustedes pueden tener 5 cuadros, ¿sí? Y en la otra tienen 4 cuadros que ocupan el mismo tiempo, ¿sí? The time lapse is the same. Lo que tienen que hacer entonces es agregar o quitar cuadros para que eso se mantenga así, para que la velocidad mantener la imagen exactamente igual. Entonces lo que se hace en esos casos es un proceso que se llama telecine, cuando están trabajando en fílmico y lo tienen que pasar a video. El telecine es tomar cada cuadro del fílmico, sacarle una foto y después agarrar, sacar otra foto y poner una atrás del otro en la parte como formato de video, ya sea analógico o digital. Y en ese de lo que es la velocidad de cuadros, ¿sí? La velocidad de cuadros de fílmico, que normalmente es 24 frames por segundo, para pasarlo a PAL, ¿sí? Para pasarlo al formato de 25 cuadros por segundo, en muchos casos lo que se hace es subirle la velocidad, speed up un 4%, ¿sí? Es decir, aunque les parezca loco, cuando ustedes tienen algo grabado en fílmico que se pasa a PAL, prende en muchos casos un 4% también de pitch, que vendría a ser como half half tone, a quarter tone, should be, no, isn't it? Like that 4%.
Something like that, yeah.
Que no sé, I mean, if you don't know that it's pitch, you can't actually realize because you don't have anything to compare, so you don't care. Sometimes they keep shifting too. Pero de hecho, I'm talking Spanglish right now. De hecho, se hace de esa manera, es decir, lo que hacen es acelerar la velocidad para que coincida la cantidad de cuadros por unidad de tiempo, ¿sí? Pero no lo pueden hacer eso en NTSC, porque quedaría como... Do you ever seen the show called Benny Hill? Have you ever seen that, Tilo?
I have not, no.
It's an English, very... It has a part that everybody, at the end of the show, everybody was like moving in high speed and
Oh, okay.
chasing each other and all that stuff. So that should that's the way we may watch our movies if we make like the like what we done in PAL, if we do it done in TSC, because it's in Tycoon rate. Entonces quedaría como muy rápido todo si quisiéramos hacer lo mismo que en el PAL, que es acelerar la velocidad para que coincida la velocidad de cuadros. Entonces hay muchos procesos, hay diferentes procesos para hacer la adaptación de velocidad de cuadros. El más común es el 2-3 pull down. 2-3 pull down es un proceso que... no lo puse ahí en pantalla. I should put that the graphic that explaining, but el 2-3 pull down lo que hace es separar en campos los cuadros. Es decir, quiero ver, a ver si lo encuentro por acá. I'm going to see if I can find the image and share that image, the 2-3 pull down.
You can send it, or I can also have you share the screen somehow. I don't know.
Let me see. I have one. Where is it? Can't find it.
Can make you host too.
I think is this one. Yeah.
You can rename people too.
Maybe I can add it here. Let me see.
Oh, that might be easiest. I see it there.
Yeah. Technology. So, this is wonderful. Okay, so you have the original frame, you have A, B, C, D, and then you split that on fields. So you have the upper or the odd and the lower or the even, whatever you want to call them. And then you regroup all those fields in a specific way. That is, regrouping is like you have the odd, then the even, and then you have the odd. Let me see. I think I'm going to explain in Spanish and then make the translation because. O sea, ustedes separan en campos. ¿Sí? Es como que agarran y lo pasaran por la máquina de fiambre y lo cortan en pedacitos. Entonces, va a haber un campo que queda lo que es el campo superior y después está lo que es el campo inferior, ¿sí? Que es uno u otro. Lo que se hace es agarrar y tomar el primer campo, ¿sí? Ubicarlo, después ubicar el otro campo y después poner una copia del primero. O sea que en realidad en los impares nosotros vamos a estar poniendo estar agregando dos. Ven que busco otro gráfico que hay acá que por ahí es un poco más explicativo. Creo que es este. Este también. I'm gonna put another image that maybe is easy to explain. Let me see. Here it is. I'll change this, put it over here. Put this over here. Yes. Entonces, fíjense que de los impares vamos a tomar dos campos que son el superior y el inferior. De los pares vamos a tomar el superior, el inferior y después una copia del primero, en este caso el superior. O sea que este 2 que está acá, me acerco, este 2 que está acá es el mismo 2 que está acá. Son exactamente el mismo, ¿sí? Después tenemos un impar, tenemos los dos campos que completarían, y después tenemos otro par que tenemos, en este caso, el campo inferior, campo superior y una copia exactamente igual del campo inferior, es decir, este y este son iguales. Entonces siempre queda superior, inferior, superior, inferior, superior, inferior, superior, inferior, superior, inferior. ¿Se entiende? Y después se vuelve a reagrupar de a pares. Entonces, superior e inferior del 1 nos da el 1. Superior e inferior del 2 nos da el 2. Ahora, superior del 2, inferior del 3 nos da esto, que es una mezcla entre el 2 y el 3. ¿Sí? Superior del 3, inferior del 4 nos da esto, que es una mezcla entre 3 y 4. Y el superior del 4 y inferior del 4 nos termina generando el 4 completo. Con lo cual, nosotros acá pasamos a tener 5 cuadros de lo que originalmente eran 4 cuadros. ¿Se entiende? Y esto, si ustedes agarran una película y van cuadro por cuadro, lo van a ver. ¿Sí? Entonces, de esta forma, de pasar de tener 4 cuadros a tener 5, nosotros pasamos a tener, de tener 24 frames por segundo a tener 30 frames por segundo. Y después lo único que queda hacer es ralentar ese 0,1% para tener los 2997 del NTSC. ¿Se entiende?
Sí, sí, como una
Sí, sí, hijo, ya.
interpolación.
Buenísimo. Bueno, entonces, eso es lo que hay que tener en cuenta en el caso en que ustedes están que estamos haciendo la parte de postproducción. No tenemos que preocuparnos mucho porque esto se hace en el proceso justamente como hablamos antes, en el proceso que se hace la conversión, que se hace en una situación específica. ¿Sí? Pero está bueno tenerla en cuenta porque de hecho cuando ustedes entran a Pro Tools y se fijan en las sample rate en lo que ustedes pueden guardar, van a ver que tienen los tradicionales, 44, 100, 48, 88, 200, 96, y después abajo aparecen unas velocidades de cuadros rarísimas que son en realidad son adaptaciones de lo que es las velocidades de cuando están trabajando con diferentes formatos de video y de filmic. ¿Sí? Entonces tengan presente que, que se puede lograr modificando el sample rate, se pueden lograr las adaptaciones si es que fuera necesario. ¿Sí? Pero insisto, esto normalmente se hace en el proceso en el que se hace la conversión de un formato al otro. Y después en postproducción ya trabajamos directamente en el formato correspondiente. I don't know if you understood what I said, Tilo, but actually explaining that 2-3 pull down
So that did you just mention that it is a lot more difficult than doing it in audio?
Yeah.
Rate conversion, because I mean it used to be more problematic, but it's not as a process as it is to get from 4 to 5 frames per second.
Yeah. And actually, Tony, there are lots of ways of doing this. This is maybe the most common of all, the two triple down, but actually they had like 12 to 1 1 1 1, and I don't know what the combination is, but there are a few other
Yeah, I mean,
ways.
ideally you have the you keep the sample or the rate conversion out of you the film in what it's going to be in the end, right? Kind of like the same in audio.
Yeah, exactly. And and then if the movie is going to be on film again, you should be the inverted telecine that is going all the other way back. So what we just saw is in the other way around, and you you keep the original time and frame rate. Una vez que lo tenemos en video, ¿sí? In the when should sync everything, the audio and the video, in order to make the video editing. Okay, so he made a what was called the edit decision list. You say, okay, I'm going to use this part and this other part and this other part, and I mean, a long time ago, they should feel like a paper. Then it was done like in a software. He he was I mean, he should do that everything again. I mean, he take that list, and I don't know if you want to explain in English better than me, the part that before the OMF, how it works before the OMF.
Yeah, you basically have to do it twice, right?
Yeah.
Or line it all up and clean up before, but that is usually more work than doing it twice, because basically during editing, film editing, if they just have the reference audio or whatever on there and you line it up later, then or actually if you line it up before, then you edit with the picture, which isn't always ideal, because sometimes you want certain other scenes to expand, like the audio of a certain cut, you want to expand that other than the picture cut. And so that's basically, you get the EDL, the edit list, and you would have to redo that more or less with your audio materials. So the OMF or AAF is a lifesaver if you think about it. So.
O sea, antiguamente el editor de video tenía que acomodar el audio y el video, y después el de audio lo tenía que hacer de vuelta porque tenía otro software, porque tenía otras necesidades, con lo cual era 2 veces el trabajo y llevaba muchísimo tiempo. Hasta que inventaron el OMF, ¿sí? Hay otros formatos también, pero el OMF es como el estándar, que lo que hizo fue, es un código, un código abierto, ¿sí? Y se puedan intercambiar entre diferentes plataformas de diferentes fabricantes sesiones que tengan audio y video, ¿sí? Entonces, por ejemplo, de Digital Performer podías ir al Avid, o del Final Cut podías ir a Pro Tools, o de Nuendo podías ir no sé, el Premiere, lo que sea que haga falta, utilizando este formato, ¿sí? Que lo que te permite es embeber dentro del mismo formato, y un formato que es compatible con todas las plataformas, la ubicación específica y algunas automatizaciones de volumen y paneo, y el video también sincronizado dentro de la misma sesión. Con lo cual, el editor de video terminaba de hacer todo el trabajo de edición, exportaba el OMF, se lo mandaba al editor de audio, y sea cual sea el programa que estaba usando, importaba el OMF y le aparecía toda la sesión armada, ¿sí? Obviamente que al ser un código abierto tiene sus falencias, y hay que que te sirva para la situación. I'm telling them that sometimes you have to find the exact configuration in order for you to can open the OMF, because sometimes it's a little bit tricky. So if you have to arrange with the editor, with the video editor, okay, send me the OMF in this with the format and I know, don't put the consolidate everything, don't put fade in or fade out, and
And sometimes
other.
also you can change the handles, like the overlap on the sides. I don't know if you mentioned that. Basically, if they have this much in the audio, they can basically say, okay, include in the audio file just a little more, like by a certain amount. And sometimes that, in order to make a fade or use audio from one side or the other, that can be really useful as well. So there's oftentimes a lot of back and forth, making sure that you can open the project. I mean, even though it's technically designed to make things easier, like what is OMF, is Open Media Framework or something.
Yeah.
Just that format.
Mhm.
Like there's always, I mean, I've had a few times where you just open it and it works fine, but sometimes you also like you open it like, what's going on here? So I don't find it ideal yet, but it works to a certain extent.
Yeah, the most common problems, for example, is sometimes the video codec just doesn't work. So I always ask them to send me the video of the OMF, and then I put in the session, Pro
Yeah.
Tools session, for example. And the other guy was using 32-bit floating point, and Pro Tools 10 didn't have 22-bit floating point. So when I was trying to import the information, it just crashed. And then I opened that on Nuendo, made another OMF, and then imported back in Pro Tools, and that worked fine.
Yeah, and sometimes, yeah, it's not ideal, but it works in most situations. And I mean, I usually get you get the film separately anyway.
Mhm.
And dialogue editors, they all get that copy of the film, like
Yeah.
as an OMF, or copy, not copy of the film, but copy of the project.
Yeah, and you have like two ways of making that OMF. You can make a file that is the OMF file, that is everything inside that, like I don't know, 10 gigas, and everything is there, the audio, video, whatever you put inside. And you have another way that is, if you actually both of the parts, just a tiny file, the OMF file, and it's going to link all the stuff you have on the hard drive. So that is the two ways you can use OMF or AAF files.
Yeah, did you mention that you can also use those to go between different audio software?
I mentioned like just a little bit, yeah, but you can actually, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's another thing. Like some of you might have tried to go from Pro Tools to Logic and Logic to Nuendo, and basically just to get that audio across. And you can use that for that too. Just export from Nuendo as an OMF and then import it in Pro Tools. Though I find this is it always depends on which software that is, if it works well or not. Like, and what is included. You can sometimes include markers and time code and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
There is, I don't know if that still exists. There used to be SSL Pro Convert or something like that, which was basically also a software where you could say, okay, I want my markers, I want this, I want these like the positioning of all my media clips, I want automation, and then you could translate that into a different digital audio workstation. It was quite an expensive program, but I haven't heard about it for quite some time.
Mm-hmm.
And we used it back in broadcast, and it didn't always work. So in the end, we just re-imported because it was just full concerts. We just re-imported the audio there. But yeah, so that's why the OMF is probably kind of really a standard now for communicating or sending projects back and forth now with the from the video people to the audio people. A
Yeah.
translator. We'll have to check that out. Yeah, anything else about AAF, OMF?
I think in a session later, but I think that all the theoretical part is covered.
Cool. I did that.
So do you want to show a session, or
Yeah,
maybe
let's open up a session and then talk about ADR first, because that would then be the next thing. You would get the OMF after the picture edit is more or less done. Oftentimes you actually get it before it's picture lock.
Mm-hmm.
And then they track all the changes so that you can do the changes in your sound mix as well. Because I mean, this also I find has been pushed more and more to later. They keep changing things very last minute. I mean, for example, I mentioned last week that film I scored in 2 weeks last year. It was basically like they were still editing a few things out which they didn't like while I was rushing to get the music done, and then all of a sudden they tell you, oh yeah, this scene is different now. We intercut this here. So, but before, like when it was all on analog, it was harder to change things. At some point, you had picture lock, and then you can start doing all the work, and everything is just locked to that edit. Which, yeah, I mean, it's nice as an audio person to have, but I also understand that they want to like try things out and keep the flexibility in there. So yeah, let me just open up the Pro Tools project here. I should probably start Pro Tools first.
¿Alguna pregunta? Estamos haciendo como un recorrido, o sea, lo estamos viendo como en una línea de tiempo, ¿no? Después de la transferencia y los formatos, una vez que transferimos y que, por ejemplo, llegamos hasta lo último, que fue la creación del OMF, vamos a ver ahora cómo empezar a editar eso propiamente dicho adentro de la DAW. So I told them that this was like, it's like a timeline of
Yeah,
start for the
ideally.
yeah,
O sea, el OMF entonces sería como un formato universal de proyecto que puede tomar cualquier software que sea una DAW.
Sí, sí, porque es un código abierto que lo puedes incorporar en cualquier plataforma. Por eso lo decimos, como cualquier código abierto tiene sus cositas que por ahí de una no te... Si estás, a ver, muchas veces cuando estoy trabajando con el editor de video me manda el OMF, no lo puedo abrir. Digo, fíjate, porque tenés 3 o 4 opciones con tu situación. De todo esto, dentro mientras que se los digo, lo chequeo, pero dentro de la carpeta que les compartimos, de postproducción, introduction, todavía no, les vamos a ir cargando unos apuntes, les vamos a ir cargando toda la información en español. Igualmente nos estamos basando también en un par de libros que los vamos a subir ahí y van a ir viendo que los capítulos medio que están ordenados de una manera similar, así que vamos a ir cargando ahí toda la data.
So, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you by pulling a Pro Tools session on the screen. I don't know what you were saying. Are there questions here?
Estamos bien. I think they don't have any.
Oh, disconnector. Leonardo is disconnected. Everyone else still has a good signal? I'm just reading through the chat here.
Yes.
Yeah. No, we're fine.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I just pulled up this session. This is actually not a great example session because the video is out of sync. Because this was one, I just found that on my hard disk earlier. This was one how it was sent to me for scoring and some mixing work. This is a short film. And this is just to get you an overview of how the session might be organized, excuse me, with these different elements. I mean, you have the film. At the top, I added the music here because on this particular one I was writing the music there, and you see that it's basically organized in the different dialogue and production sound effects, and then we have the backgrounds, all of these, and then they had added some temp music, which is background music, which then we removed, I believe. And then we have sound effects. They have Foley. And And in this case, we had just one stem for the music, but usually then you might end up with different stems for the music. So usually when you deliver music, for example, as a composer, you export in different stems, percussion separately or brass separately, strings separately, just because if you're not mixing the music to the film, that when they're doing re-recording mixing, when they mix it all together, they can easily say, oh yeah, actually like that percussion layer is in the way of the dialogue. They don't have to pull down the entire music, but just whatever's in the way. And that's why you usually export in stems as well. In this case, it's basically just this one track because that was just my reference to see how it plays in the with the rest. And then you have all the groups. So I mean, and those of you who work with DAWs, which all of you have, like basically like all of these then are mixed into groups, which you then have on this side where you have the background group, you have the Foley group, you have dialogue group, so that you can only have a couple of faders in the end in order to make that final mix. Yeah, I mean, I just thought I'd pull this one up to see what this might look like. I mean, this is relatively harmless in terms of editing because this film was shot on actual film, like not with digital cameras. And that's also like if it looks old, you know, it was shot years ago. It's got that old gritty look to it. It's kind of nice. But yeah, so you see that there are not too many crazy cuts in the dialogue, which you have usually have a lot more when it's a modern film where they do a lot more editing. And yeah, so this is what it might be looking like. And you also see if you follow this should be more or less cleaned up. Just a second. You should see that there's almost never complete silence here. For example, here we have the dialogue, and during editing, where you see that just he's not saying anything, but they recorded something on set that's called production sound effects, and they moved that to a different track called production sound effects, because then it's not dialogue for mixing, but the sound needs to be going on from this to this, otherwise we would have a gap in the audio. So the idea is to create consistency throughout the entire thing with ideally whatever you have recorded in production. You also notice that it's actually starting, or should be starting. I think this was moved because no, it's fine. It starts at 1 hour. Time code. So it basically starts at 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And that is kind of convention so that they can add all the screeners and beeps and stuff for lining up things before on the video. While I have this open, any questions about, it's pretty straightforward, I think. It's just spreading out the production elements and getting them ready to be mixed.
No questions.
No questions? All right, then let's open up an OMF and just close this one. All right, this is a few screens. Okay, so for example, this would be how it would be done in a. Oh, no, now it's back. So I'm just seeing the chat now. There's always always a little delayed here on my end. So can you see this window now?
Yes.
Okay, so okay, perfect. Then I'm sharing the entire screen here. So you see that we have an OMF file. Let's see where it is.
Yes.
Oh, where's our OMF file?
It's in the.
It's in the previous folder.
Yeah, in the previous folder.
Oh, no, we have an AAF.
Yeah, actually it's an AAF.
Yeah, so we just use an AAF. So when I open this one up, and it then this pops up. It's basically creating a new digital audio workstation session and pulls in all the media information. So in here you choose bit depth. Which bit depth was this one? And
yeah, it's pretty old. I think it's 16-bit.
it's probably 16-bit. So most of the time you get 24-bit at least these days. So
Yeah.
now I'll just leave that on whichever was in the original. You give it a name. Just going to call that name for now. You can choose where you want to save that. You should give it actually a real name. That's very important. Naming files. What date is today?
Today's 17th.
So usually I would start with this and then the production name, so that when you sort by name, it shows up chronologically if you work in different projects. Anyway, so this is up to your own naming convention. You choose where you want to save it, and that's where it's going to create a, oh, that's popping up always on the other window. That's what's creating the audio file. And then you see, have you guys used the import session data in the other courses?
Yeah, I think we saw that in Grabación 3.
Yeah, everyone knows what import session data does in Pro Tools, or should we quickly?
Pueden decir que no, ¿eh?
Can you quickly?
Yes, please.
Okay, yeah, so it's basically like if you, I mean, I use it all the time in music mixing. If you have, let's say you've created one mix, and then there's a different song in a different project, but you want to transfer some of the mix settings and everything, or create the same busing structure for recording into a new session from another session, you can use what's called import session data. Probably can't get to this right now. Import and then session data, and then this window comes up. And there you can basically per track decide of what you want to do with that track and which information you want to import. For example, let's say you only had a reverb track with some processors on there, just an auxiliary bus that you like. You could basically say, okay, this track, I'm going to create a new track and import all of this, and then we'll just create the session data from that auxiliary track. This goes all the way to pulling complete session with all the media files over from one Pro Tools session to another one. So that's kind of a quick way of copying from one session to the next. And this is what this OMF does now. You can basically, like, it automatically tells every track we had in the OMF to create a new track in our Pro Tools session. Here you can say what you want to import. You can choose here now. You could choose pretty much any information that's relevant. For this case, it should all be, we want almost everything, so we want to have the entire thing in there. Sometimes in music applications, you might, as I said, maybe just the busing structure, or just a new track, or just, yeah, whatever. I think it's very flexible. And then I'm going to click on OK. And then it's going to take a while. And then this shows up. And we've got all the information that was basically exported like that from the editing stage, from the video editors in our Pro Tools session. So it's a pretty straightforward process. And that's what it looks like here. So this is it. Anon just disappeared.
Yeah.
Do you want to say anything about this session?
This session is a mess. Okay? So, this is a documentary that I actually made like 10 years ago or more, I don't know. And it's there's some very bad recording moments. So you have to be creative. You don't have that much of, for example, what Tilo as they told us before. There was the room tone and or the handle on the files, so you can expand and make a pretty nice crossfades and that. Sometimes you don't even have anything, so you have to invent some moments. And I did this before RX, so it was pretty hard to to make all of this stuff to work. For example, in RX you have the Isotope RX, you have like you have this I don't know. For example, you can take out some distortion noises and other stuff. And the way I did that, it was like using the waves and the noise and going through that plugin like six times or seven times. So it's rounding the the flat part of the waveform, so it sounds a little bit better. That time I used that because I didn't have any other tool. So it was fun, but it was hard work. So what you have there is everything is like all messed up. So it's a good session for to work on because you have to do a lot of work. You have the dialogues. Most of them are two microphones. One is a boom and the other one is a lavalier. Yes, maybe we can import the video. That one, yes. And then you have the music there also, and you have all the effects. It doesn't have like sound effects at all. So sometimes
We get this
you see?
from. So in this case, I would probably have to convert it in some other software so to make it work. That's kind of weird though. It worked in your portal session, didn't it?
Yeah. You see, that's what's happened when, for example, if this video file was embedded in the OMF, it just won't open the OMF at all. It's going to crash when you try to open. Yeah, one that is a correct issue. That is something that sometimes happens. Um, as I said, we don't have sound effects here. I added some sound effects here and there. Actually, you had the the, the sound effects recorded on the field, but no added sound effects. Um, you have like very different um, voices tones because they were recorded in different places in different situations, and they didn't care a lot about that. So it's a very hard work. Let me see. And it has a couple of parts that they are like um, some phasey stuff between microphones. So that is bad, but actually good for training all this stuff. So it's a pretty rough session. Let me see. So, in any of these sessions, the first thing you should do is to see what is every track. I mean, to see where are the dialogues, where is the music. Sometimes are messed, but sometimes they have like um, the video editor is a good person, but sometimes not. So in this case, not at all. So you have to figure out where the dialogues are, and in my experience, I always keep those A1, A2, A3, those channels. I keep them until the end of the until the work is done, because um, sometimes they ask you, no, okay, let's try another thing or another part or another dialogue or whatever, and maybe you consolidate things or erase some stuff, and you have to go to previous sessions or the audio files or no stuff. So I prefer to have that like inactive or mute or wherever, but somewhere in the session, and then start fresh new tracks, and then okay, this is Carlitos dialogue. Okay, Carlitos, and it's an all Carlitos dialogue over there. And this is say Lucas dialogues. Okay, let's put over there our Lucas dialogues. And this is music. Okay, let's put over there music. And if I have any situation that I should go to the original audio, I have the original files there as they came, so I can that as a backup. As a backup. I don't know and how you usually do that, Tilo.
Yeah. So basically, what you would do, let's say you've got the like the different dialogues.
Mm-hmm.
This is probably laugh. Actually, let me just see if I can get audio movers running. Then I can send you guys a link. Okay, I'm posting that in the chat. And the video is, I'm just opening it in QuickTime and it seems like it's converting. So we'll just see what happens if we can import the video.
Cool.
Yeah, you get this video then when you open on QuickTime, and oftentimes this helps if you just save them. If you basically like open the video once and then hit save, then Pro Tools might be able to open it as well. Back and forth sometimes. Yeah, SSL Pro Convert one was the one we spoke about. Does that still exist? Don't know if they still have it. It was too expensive for what it was.
Yeah.
So it's the let me play some audio. Let's see. I think that's coming up. Anyone hearing this?
No. Oh, yeah, we can hear it.
So you heard this? Anyone did?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I mean, there's always this problem with audio movers in Safari. You have to do a few extra steps. So just let me know if you can't hear what's going on. I mean, the tricky thing is it's probably not going to be in sync once we get the video running because audio movers has a half a second delay in there. So that's slightly problematic for video work. But yeah, let's just take a listen to what different signals we have here. So. This one. Oh, Julian can't hear. Which browser are you using, Julian?
¿Estás usando Chrome? ¿Estás usando Safari? ¿Estás usando Chrome? ¿Y qué te aparece la ventana de Audio Movers que te dice Connected en verde?
Perdón. En Chrome no, estoy usando la app de Zoom.
No, sí, pero viste que él puso un link
Let
en
me
el chat.
again. There you
Cuando
go.
leas ese link, te abre una ventana
A ver.
de Chrome
Ahí está.
y el audio va a salir por ahí, que para sacarlo en
Perdón,
alta calidad.
se me había pasado para arriba el link. Listo, perdón.
No hay problema.
I'm just going to paste something again, see if it works.
Yeah. Actually, I think here the A5 and A6 are the dialogues in that part.
Okay. Yeah, I was just going to ask you. I also don't know what this documentary is about. So.
Yeah, it's about the different schools and how teachers manage every situation in different parts of the country.
Cool.
I think they're
So here we've got the two dialogues.
El aporte de la orquesta a nuestra escuela fue muy grande porque fue creciendo de a poco y fue tomando personalidad e idiosincrasia propia. El aporte de la orquesta a nuestra escuela fue muy grande porque fue creciendo de a poco y fue tomando personalidad e idiosincrasia propia.
So you have bad sound and the worst sound ever. So you have both situations.
Yeah. So in this case, like, do you remember which one was which? Like how they?
I think the upper one was the.
It comes a lot closer. So.
Yeah. Maybe we can add some,
El aporte de la
clip gain
orquesta
to the
a
6.
nuestra escuela fue muy grande porque fue creciendo de a poco y fue tomando personalidad e idiosincrasia
Yeah, the first one should be
propia.
the lavalier and the 6, the boom that is a little bit noisy.
Yeah, that's quite far away too, right? So if you,
Yeah.
and this is actually also where your acoustic knowledge comes in. Like in smaller spaces, you have to get closer with the boom, otherwise it sounds very quickly really far away. It's kind of like in a smaller concert hall, your main system is usually closer than in a larger concert hall, just because of the critical distance and all of these acoustic things. I mean, when you get to dialogue editing or just finding whichever is good, you just choose whichever is the best. Just by
Yeah.
I mean, that's all you can do, right? So
El aporte de la orquesta a nuestra escuela fue muy grande porque fue creciendo de a poco y fue tomando personalidad e idiosincrasia
so in
propia.
this case, I would definitely pick the first one.
Yeah.
Though here it's pretty important to always think about what's possible later on, because like if you know, for example, what's possible to fix with noise restoration software and kind of all these new tools, then sometimes you might get just a better sound in terms of performance for whatever's needed in this case. I mean, this is a documentary, so there's not, you don't have to worry too much about like a fictional story, but sometimes just more like body to a voice could be a plus. And then in case, let's say this would be the same quality as this, it just sounds fuller, you could say, okay, let's try to denoise this and maybe we can use this. In this situation, I would definitely use this one
El aporte de la
because it sounds
orquesta a
quite clean
nuestra
and you don't have to
escuela
worry about it.
fue muy grande porque fue
Yes, this is
creciendo de a poco.
like live sound that you maybe you don't want the instrument sounding the best you can, but the most manageable sound you could get. I mean, the best signal to noise ratio, and then enough space to to handle the situation and modify the sound in order to have that reconstruction. It works with the image.
Yeah, so then you basically, like, I mean, they're different. I'm gonna link a video as well for you guys, where it's basically I found that on YouTube. A guy just walking like an hour or half an hour to like how he would put that up in his session. Like workflows are slightly different, but pretty much the same. You look for the good material and you pull it down. So in this case, you could also just say, I'm just gonna create some new tracks here. Oh, the Pro Tools shortcuts always pop up behind the Zoom window. So yeah, I'm just going to do a couple of, let's do 4, should be more than enough, 4 new audio tracks. And that's like where you would call them dialogue 1 and so on, dialogue 2. And probably won't need more than that. And you want to find, you basically want to put the same character usually on the same dialogue line. So let's say you would have a scene with 2 or 3 people, you would basically have different dialogue lines for all these 3 people because you might be processing their voices differently later on. So in this case, then I would just go, okay, let's do this.
El aporte de la
We do this one. You just pull this one down.
Yeah, actually, I prefer to have one something. It depends on the session, but I usually prefer to have like one dialogue for each person that is talking, instead of making some weird automation or stuff like that. I mean, we have channels. We have a lot of channels to use.
Yeah, that's true. Though sometimes when you have like 1.5 hours of film, then
Yeah.
that could be. It really depends on the production, but
Yeah, of course.
I mean, it's like all the short films I've worked on. It was like that. It was basically you have like one channel per track. I mean, I hate automation, so whatever I can do to avoid automation, I'd be more than happy to use more tracks.
Yeah.
Yes, and then you basically pull them down, and once you've done that, you can actually deactivate the original tracks. I mean, not right now because we only got one dialogue. You deactivate the original tracks here. Oh, I should deactivate them too. Hide and make inactive. And then you can go back to, let's say you then listen to this one and you find,
a nuestra
oh,
escuela
actually there's a problem with this one. You can always go back to the other one as well and see if maybe the boom microphone or another microphone that was recorded was just slightly better.
So actually, here we have 8 channels, but this session, I don't know, if going to have like 40. I don't know how many channels you're going to have at the end of the whole process. There's something you have to keep in mind, that we are going to start with a few channels, and then we are going to expand that number of channels to, I don't know how many.
Yeah, and I mean, this is more or less the workflow. Actually, let's see if I can get the video imported now, because then actually see what it's all about. Oh, where's my quick time and the Zoom, as always. That's promising. Let's convert it now. Save this. Thought I saved it on the desktop. Give me a second. Good go.
¿Alguna pregunta hasta acá de la sesión?
Oh, there it is. Preguntas?
Van a ver,
No.
si se fijan en más o menos al minuto 30 de la sesión que se veía en la línea, hay como un palito en todos los canales.
Oh, it's still giving me the problem. That's
No.
weird.
It's okay.
Might be, I don't know if it's Zoom or anything, but I mean, this would basically be the film here.
Put it on the 1 minute 20, please. And if you want to,
20, yeah.
Ye-
Oh, yeah, that's important to talk about.
yeah, please play. See this, and then you see after the countdown, you're gonna see like a frame. Beep, that one. Okay, that is our clapperboard here. Okay, in the session you can see that every single channel at the Pro Tools session, you can see there is like a little region over there. That is our beep to sync that frame.
Can you hear that beep through my speakers?
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
So it's basically at the imaginary 2, I believe, right? Usually that beep.
Yeah.
It's counting down and it's going black, and then basically at the imaginary 2 before it starts. And you would line this up so that the first frame then at 0 would be at 60 or at 1 hour, more or less.
Yeah, there is a line over there. If you zoom up at the 120 something.
Oh, here. Yeah.
Yeah, you see every channel has that little region. There is a frame length, and it's our sync point. So when you import that video, you should sync that frame that we just saw with this moment here in the session, and you should put the time code rate to match the video. That should be the way we should sync all the video and audio. Maybe
If you can open the video. Yeah.
let
I
me
mean,
see.
maybe for next week, I'll convert it and make sure that's actually running in the session.
Yeah.
And the other, like, few more things which might have not been discussed in other courses is how to change frame rate in Pro Tools. That's under session. That's underneath my
Setup session. Yeah.
command numerical 2 is usually what I do. And there you can change all your timecode settings. So in this case, what is this film?
I think it's 25.
25. What I usually do, I open it up in QuickTime, go to Movie Inspector, and then a window pops up. That's probably underneath some more Zoom windows here. Window searching. see movie inspector. So yeah, if you do that on your computer without running Zoom, there should be a movie inspector window popping up that gives you exact information about which frame rate that is.
Actually, you have that when you open the import the video in the Pro Tools session, in the edit window, you see there's
the frame rate.
number, and if the session is in the correct frame rate number, it's going to be white. If the session is not in the correct frame rate number, it's going to be red. So you know you have to change the frame rate of the session.
So yeah, here you change the time code. So it is 25, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
So then we'll do 25 for now. And then you also have the session start, which you can basically move around depending. For example, you might be always working. Let's say you want to, I don't know, how's it in this session? This session basically starts at 0, right? Oh, so technically speaking, like, which one is the first frame, Anna? Like right here somewhere. I guess we can't see right now because we would have to line up the video. So basically, then you could say, okay, this is starting at let's say, roughly speaking,
1 hour maybe.
So then you could say, okay, this should be my new 1000. So you could basically change the session start so that this time code would display 01000000. I'm going to show you that with video probably at the beginning of next week once we get the video problems figured out here as well.
Yeah.
Another thing that you change in your Pro Tools settings is the grid and or the nudging usually. The grid right now it's set to 1 sample.
Pretty accurate.
Very accurate, yeah. Actually, let me just quickly open up the other session again. I'm just going to save this because I can show how to jump through a video. Let's use this one. So this one should have video file up there. Yeah. So you see this one's actually indicated in red now, which indicates that we probably have the wrong time frame here. It's not time frame, frame rate. So we just change that. And now I changed, oh, you can see that I changed it here to 24 frames per second. So you see now it's white, meaning that we use the same session frame rate as the film uses. And now we can set this up to, I wonder if I can move this zoom thing around. Okay, cool. So yeah, let's set up the grid. You guys know what the grid is. It's set to 1 sample right now. If you want to go through the image, through the video frame by frame, you might want to set that to timecode. And then let's do 1 frame. And if I then set this to grid here, basically my steps are, actually get the window over, are set to basically 1 frame. Right click, it's always going to be at the beginning of a frame there. And if you want to quickly go through that in Pro Tools, that's basically doing plus and minus to jump to the different frames. And that way it's pretty easy to line up a sound effect or whatever you need to a specific action. And usually what we should be doing as well, should be setting this to timecode too. And now when I use the plus minus on the numerical keyboard, oh, the nudge, sorry, I should change the nudge to, to timecode and frames as well. There you go. And now what I just explained and it didn't do, it's now doing it on here. So you say basically this Pro Tools session is running from an old hard drive, so that's why you see the delay there. But yeah, now you could use plus and minus to basically, you see that I'm jumping frame by frame through the session to line things up. So this is kind of like standard video or Pro Tools setup for video work. You just take care of frame rate, make sure that sometimes you might even want to change these nudge values back. But this way you can easily find the beginning of each frame to sync specific events up. So I would even do that before you start with any of the dialogue editing.
Can you explain, please, what the nudge is?
Oh yes, the nudge is basically by how far you would move something or nudge something further. So for example, if I set the nudge value to, let's do 1 second, and then I hit plus and minus on my keyboard, it basically jumps further by 1 second. You see that on the time code here. I hit plus now, it jumps to 24 seconds and 23, 24, 25, 23, and so on. If I change the nudge value to 1 frame, you see that when I hit plus and minus, I basically nudge just by 1 frame through the session. So it's basically just the amount of like the size of the steps you jump through the session.
Yeah, and actually, in post-production is the situation where we use the spot mode here in Pro Tools, because in music production it's not very common to use the spot edit mode. But now, in the using the spot, you can you can do any edit. I mean, all the edit tools are going to pop up a window, and you may put there for example, now if you want to trim something from the beginning of a specific time code, you should put the trim tool in front on any session, on any region, and a pop-up window should appear, and you say, okay, I wanted to trim here. Or for example, if you want to add I don't know, a gunshot to a specific time code, you can you can import that file and choose spot, and you just enter the time code number, and it's going to be that in that place exactly.
Yeah, so spot mode. Like, yeah, in film, the shuffle mode can be quite dangerous.
Oh my god. That's why you can lock that mode. If you command click on shuffle, put for example, put a sleep mode or other mode first,
Oh.
and then control, yeah, and it's locked. So you can't go to shuffle.
Because what's the problem about shuffle is that everything behind would be lined up. So let's say we got all these sound effects lined up in dialogue, and then we say, oh, I want to adjust this and move this further back. And say, oh yeah, I don't need this. You see everything else shuffles out of sync because all of that what was behind it is moved forward, basically meaning that none of this is actually in sync with the picture anymore. So yeah, so this is why it's a good idea to lock shuffle mode that you can't accidentally go to it. Or even though, because sometimes I do enjoy shuffle mode to kind of like do certain edits, it's faster. Then you can also, what you do is that if you do that, is lock your audio clips, which I'm almost doing all the time, is you select your audio clips and I think it's Command L, and you see this little lock symbol coming up. I don't know if that's audible. And that means now if I use shuffle mode on this, it's going to ask me, or it should ask me. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, the session is very laggy. Oh, here you go. Yeah, so it asks me now, it pops up behind Zoom. So don't use Zoom while you do Pro Tools. This pops up and says this command will affect one or more locked clips, and either you can allow it or you cancel it. But basically, like before your entire session is going out of sync, you'll always get that little warning message, and that can save you time and jobs if you need that. So you see that basically like this edit I made or that shuffle I made is not gonna go through because Pro Tools warned me and then told it not to do it. Just trying to think if there's anything else on the session we should be going into. Let me just pull up my notes.
Is there any question? We are going to go through different steps in the following classes. But I mean, this is like an introduction of how to import an OMF, what you're going to see if you import an OMF, how to briefly order all your session. But I mean, it's a lot of hard work to be done yet. ¿Alguna pregunta, alguna duda? ¿Hasta acá?
No, creo que quedó bastante claro.
A mí me quedó una duda, no me quedó muy claro el tema de eso que habían dicho de un audio track por cada diálogo, ¿puede ser?
Mira, el asunto es el siguiente. Cuando vos tenés, por ejemplo, esto que era un documental, vos tenés a, no sé, un profesor que está hablando en el aula, y después hay a otra profesora de otra provincia que está hablando en el patio, y otro está hablando en la calle, las, y son diferentes micrófonos quizás, y diferentes circunstancias, las características de cada una de esas señales va a ser muy diferente. Entonces, si vos tenés todos los diálogos en un mismo canal, probablemente vas a tener que empezar a aprender y apagar ecualizadores, expansores, compresores, lo que sea que estés usando para que cada uno de esos canales te suene bien. Entonces, para tener que evitar todo ese tipo de automatizaciones que en un momento se pueden llegar a generar bastantes confusiones, lo ideal sería agarrar y tener cada diálogo en un canal. Entonces vos a ese canal le aplicas todo el proceso que necesites para que suene bien. Y al canal siguiente le aplicas todo el proceso que necesites para que suene bien la otra voz. Entonces, cada vez que te aparece Carlitos, vos vas a arrastrar a Carlitos al canal de Carlitos y ya sabes que ese proceso base ya te funciona, porque el diálogo fue grabado de la misma forma, en el mismo micrófono, en el mismo lugar. ¿Se entiende? Entonces no tenés que
Claro,
andar
como
prendiendo y
que
apagando procesos
conviene,
todo el tiempo.
claro. O por ahí si vas a estar, si tenés escenas grabadas con un micrófono específico, que sabes que tenés que meterle algún compresor,
Exactamente.
alguna ecualización específica, te conviene como, o sea que está más en función de las situaciones con las que te vayas encontrando también.
Tal cual, tal cual. Entonces, de esa forma vos ya independizás el tratamiento que le vas a hacer a cada canal. Y cada canal ya tiene como un tratamiento específico que corresponde a ese actor cuando aparezca hablando con todo lo que tenga dentro. Si no, después ponele que pusiste 4 plugins y para otro te van a poner otros 4 plugins, tenés que andar apagando unos, prendiendo los otros y se empieza a tornar bastante confuso todo. Mejor tener los canales por separado, que es un poco más prolijo.
Perfecto, muchas gracias.
Por favor.
I have no idea what you were talking about in this case.
No, he asked why we separate, for example, characters in different channels. Why he didn't understand that part. Why don't keep all the dialogues in the same channel and separate them in different channels?
Okay, yeah. So I guess you explained all that. Go back to the session again. I think this is all kind of like session setup I had in my notes.
Yeah.
And then once you got that done, like you go to what we already started with. You go to sort out the dialogue and find it's called name. See, I already can find back the session which I didn't name properly. So it's very important that you name your sessions properly. But so then you would go in here, once you got the video lined up, and you move your dialogue down there. And then you might also do some, you might lay in some room tone. So I'm just going to create something because we don't have the film here. I'm just going to create this. Okay, so let's just say this was, now it's completely out of sync. I'm just going to move that over here. This was a scene, something like that, and all of this. It's good that I don't understand what he's saying because it probably doesn't make any sense now anymore. So basically what you have here is that like there could be this little gap between two audio files that you receive. Right?
Actually, it's disconnected the audio movers.
Yeah, we can't hear anything.
Let's see what's going on. Oh, it's because I restarted the session, of course. Just give me a second. I hope it's the same link. Does it change the link?
Yes, it's the same link.
Does it work?
Not yet. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Escuela fue muy grande porque fue creciendo de a poco y fue tomando personalidad e idiosincrasia propia. Después pasó a ser la escuela de la orquesta.
Okay, so what's the problem in this case would be that, let's say this would be one scene, is that we have this little gap of nothing there, right?
Propia. Después pasó a ser
Which you want to avoid. In this case, it's actually not too bad because it's not, I mean, it is bad, but it's not. The more background noise you have, the more obvious gaps of silence will be. So, and we don't have any material here to look for. So this is where you would lay in room tone, if you have room tone, or you try to find anything before or after.
es la,
For
es la
example, here we have a little bit of silence. We might be able to use, I mean, the larger the chunks are, the better.
Yeah, you have to be careful looping stuff because sometimes you start to listen to realize that it's a loop. So
Yeah.
sometimes
propia. Después pasó a ser la escuela de la orquesta.
So this will be a little too short. Oh, my profit session is laggy again. Can't zoom out. Oh, I know what it is. Error message behind the Zoom window. All right, so now we.
Gracia propia.
So a little bit of a gap, so we could see if this fits.
Propia.
Roughly speaking.
Gracia propia.
There's some background noise there, so we can't use this one. You hear that there was a little reverb. Did you? I don't know how far that gets through the audio movers.
Propia.
That reverb there, that reverb tail.
Propia. Después pasó propia.
So we can't use that. We would have to find some other noise somewhere else. And that's the advantage of if you have room tone without anyone going to the bathroom, you can just draw from that silence that you've recorded and put underneath here. Sneeze or something in here. So that prevents you from. Is this room tone here? Maybe.
I don't think so.
Yeah, maybe. Let's see what happens if I layer this in. Anyway, so you get the idea, I believe, is you puzzle it together until it works. More or less.
Idiosincrasia propia.
Yeah, this is not the same audio, so you need something else.
Why didn't you use the previous one? Because of reverberance, is it?
Yeah, a river tail that was there.
Ah, okay.
We should find. I mean,
there's probably a lot of material in here recorded with the same microphone in the same room. I would think.
But usually the room tone is the way to go.
Yeah, so in this case, I would probably, if I didn't have anything else,
loop that one.
Use this one and just duplicate it and fade it in. The problems, like it can very quickly sound like a loop or that repeat, so you want to be really careful with that.
Personalidad e idiosincrasia propia. Después pasó a ser la escuela de la orquesta.
Still a little bit of a change there, but maybe good enough. And then with this, you also have to keep in mind that there might be music over it, there might be background noise to it, what Anand mentioned last week, like when they, for Lost, where they had the waves in the background all the time, then you get away with a lot more than if this was the only track you have in the mix. So that's always something don't overdo your work in this case, because first of all, I mean, in this case, it mainly it's a time waste. And with processors as well, if you try to get every single noise out of your dialogue recordings, it might not, first of all, not be necessary, and it might not sound as natural anymore. You might actually create more problems when you go to process, which is it's kind of like the example is always in music production. People always, I always use the de-esser. Once you define too much sibilance in my recording, in my mix, use a de-esser, and then you focus so much on every single S during while applying the de-esser that when you come back the next day, there are no sibilances at all anymore in your mix. So you kind of like you focus so much on a particular problem that you overdid in taking it out, and then it's actually becoming a problem because it's too much. And the same actually happens to me quite often in film, because I come from the music side, is that I really want to have a super pristine, clean dialogue, which isn't necessary because you have all the other elements going on.
Yeah. And also, the other thing you should take attention, or to pay attention, is that you don't want anything else than dialogues on the dialogue channel. Okay, so you want to keep everything else out of the channel. And also, you're going to see maybe next class, because it's taking a little bit longer this, but when we're going through ADR, we'll see that also the dialogues that are coming from the ADR, they don't have any of these background noises or room tones. So we should add that information also when ADR is coming back to the session. And also, if we are when we're taking out those, I don't know, maybe a person is doing a noise, or I don't know, he shot a door shot out of the dialogues. But also, you should you should know that maybe the effects editor, he may use another different sound, not the one you are this one recording location. So you should have some room tone over there too, prepare in case he want to use a different a library, or record another sound to replace that one. So there is those situations you have to keep in mind, that you have to leave all the room tones available in order to complete all those tasks.
So are you saying we should get as many room tones as possible we can?
Yeah.
Ideally, I mean, I would always advise, if there's time on set, and most directors, they know that it makes your life a lot easier. If you just have a minute or 2 minutes or whatever, which like usually a minute or 2 minutes you can do, they're not distinct ambient sounds or anything like that, so you might get away with that. But the more the better. And I was just going to show you a ambience match, which is basically this is also from Isotope RX. That's all part of that restoration bundle. Actually, I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt, Anand, if you had anything else.
It's okay, it's okay.
So before we get into this, this is actually one thing I learned earlier this week, that I always did a huge detour, and it would have saved me hours of my life if I'd known this. I mean, I don't do that much dialogue cleanup, luckily. But anyway, so you guys remember the difference between plugins, which you add here, right? And the audio suite. Does everyone know the difference between those two?
Yes.
Yes, or anyone doesn't know the difference? Type in the chat.
Just for the sake of knowledge, could you explain the difference?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so it's basically real time versus offline bound processing. So basically, all the plugins that happens in real time. So you can change things in real time on your equalizer. Let's just use this one. Where did that pop up? Behind my Zoom window, probably. Yeah. So basically, like you would do all the changes, and whatever you do, all the audio that passes through that channel is going to be processed with this in real time. So you change things around. While on the in Audio Suite in Pro Tools, you often have the same kind of plugins, but you would render this onto a particular audio file, which you select onto a particular clip. They call it in Pro Tools now. So then it's basically printing or creating a new audio file, a new version of that clip, and puts it in the timeline. So it's more permanent in a way, but it's also only applied to that particular moment in time. And that's it. And other software might call that offline, online bouncing, or real-time bouncing, offline bouncing. But that's basically the main difference. The one is just it's creating a new file. So if I would use an equalizer on this particular clip, I would go to the Audio Suite, open my EQ, I would change my settings. You can preview things. This doesn't work with audio movers because that's going to a different channel here. You basically change your things, and then you render the file, and you see basically like this. The waveform of this one looks different now because it's basically created a new version of this particular clip, and that's what the Audio Suite is used for. I find it in music production, it's mainly plugins, because you deal with like less large timelines, and you want to be able to adjust an equalizer really quickly after you adjusted another one on a different track. In especially dialogue in film or sound effects, there's people use a lot more in the Audio Suite, because you can imagine that if you want to do a particular processing on this one, and you had 1.5 hours of film with different little clips that were all recorded in different rooms, you might have a crazy automation with your EQ going on. So in that case, you usually print a new file and put it on the timeline by using the Audio Suite. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Then let's.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, like let's go to the noise reduction again. Just gonna send this audio clip to RX here, and I don't know if you can. Oh no, you can't hear that yet because I need to return. Right. Maybe I should just put the Zoom audio window somewhere else. Just give me a second. So can you hear this now?
El aporte de la orquesta a nuestra escuela
Yes.
fue muy grande,
Okay.
porque fue creciendo de a poco y fue tomando personalidad e idiosincrasia propia. Después pasó a ser la
So this is basically, yes, this is RX. I don't want to go into too much detail about all the different modules, also because I'm not an expert in RX. I use them as much as I need to, but I'm not doing dialogue all the time or cleanup work all the time. But the more you know about what's possible, the easier your editing work is going to be. For example, like this dialogue match thing you could be doing with, or this little gap what we try to fix with editing, you could potentially also do with learning the ambience of a specific area, and then oh, not there, and then
Yeah, maybe select the first part of the to learn.
propia. Después propia. Después
I don't know if you heard that.
propia.
Oh,
Después pasó a ser la escuela de la orquesta.
sorry, completely lost here.
Idiosincrasia. Gracias. Después gracias.
Yeah, sorry, just give me a second. I'm just gonna undo a few steps here because I messed things up completely, and it doesn't let me undo. Back to the original. So, there we go. So basically you select, we can also select this area here, which is the ambience, and I click on learn, or you can't see learn, sorry. Click on learn, and it learns this ambience. And then you could apply or create ambience for the other areas. And do you remember how to do this in this particular one? Have you used this before?
You select there, and then I can see the window.
And you go and compare. I mean, you go compare first.
Yeah, you just process.
Okay, yeah.
Should
Okay.
work.
So now it's basically like, lets you compare these two different things. This is our original. This is the ambience matched one. And then when you play this back,
propia.
see that there is
Después pasó a
ambience
ser
there, but it's a
la
little
escuela de la orquesta.
less. So you could change the level and add a little more ambience to that. So kind of like it's puzzle work just like the other one, but because you have all these tools now, which make your life a lot easier.
Propia. Despropia. Despropia. Despropia.
More or less, not quite there. And then once you're done, you click process, and you see that you have some more or less matching ambience in this case. This one needs some more fine tuning in terms of level and what's there. And then what some people like doing, they create longer ambience, which then they put in their Pro Tools session so that they can use that as room tone so that you don't always have to take the detour in RX.
Exactly.
There's a lot of cool stuff, mouth declick, spectral denoise, voice denoise. I think the new version just came out. So because another thing is like trying to match this noise to this noise, but maybe we have too much noise in this area. So we could basically use the denoiser and just
El aporte de la orquesta a nuestra escuela
see how the
fue
background
muy
noise
grande
is
porque
gone
fue
now.
creciendo de a poco y fue tomando personalidad e idiosincrasia propia. El aporte de la orquesta a nuestra escuela fue muy grande porque fue creciendo de a poco y fue tomando personalidad.
And with these, you also always want to watch out. This is probably too much now. You can usually, I mean, just changing these ones, like the reduction and the threshold. Within the adaptive mode, I find works quite well for dialogue if the noise isn't too crazy. Yeah, and once you're done with this, and I can process this.
Sorry, I didn't get what this tool does.
Oh, this
denoise.
it's basically it's a denoiser, and it basically has two ways of working, either in adaptive mode or in non-adaptive mode. So a non-adaptive mode would be that you select a particular area where you only have noise, and you would click on learn, and then it takes a footprint of that noise. Like it analyzes what you have in that area, and then it would basically reduce this kind of noise throughout the rest of the track. So then we play this back now in preview.
El aporte de la orquesta a nuestra escuela fue
I'm
muy
just going
grande
to
porque
overdo it.
fue
I don't know how
creciendo
much
de...
you can hear on your end there through audio numbers.
El aporte de la orquesta a nuestra escuela fue muy grande porque fue creciendo de a poco y fue tomando personalidad e idiosincrasia propia.
Is that audible that difference?
Después pasó a...
More or less, depends probably on your listening situation as well. But it's basically just taking out the noise then.
El aporte de la orquesta a nuestra escuela fue muy grande porque fue creciendo de a poco y fue tomando personalidad e idiosincrasia propia.
And this would be overdoing it a little bit because it's completely silent. So
Okay, I get it. Thank
so,
you.
so this is also great for concert recordings. If you have a little bit of silence, usually right before the orchestra starts, you can denoise just slightly. That helps. If it's, let's say you have recorded underneath a tree during a wind storm or something, which is changing all the time. Like sometimes there's more wind, sometimes there's less wind. Some denoisers have what's called an adaptive mode, and it kind of looks ahead what might be coming in terms of noise and reacts to that. So in this case, you could
El aporte de la orquesta a nuestra escuela fue muy grande porque fue creciendo de a poco y fue tomando personalidad e idiosincrasia propia. Después pasó a ser la escuela de la
But
orquesta.
did you actually find, like, because I mean, Opa did it now too. It was basically it did, like, you heard that the voice sounded unnatural. I don't know that. I mean, you could also
Yeah,
consent.
it sounds like distorted.
Yeah, exactly. It was sent through Zoom once. I mean, you can change the quality settings and artifact control. So, and most of the steady noise is very easy to get out, and sometimes also the like changing noise is easy to get out. It really depends always on the noise signal. You also have you have mouth declick, which works great for lip smacks, like all of that stuff. It's you just throw it on there and it's done. Yeah, I mean, I don't work for Isotope, so I'm not going to walk you through every module here, but it's kind of good to know what's possible. There's D Russell, D Wind, and I think the new one now has some more options even. Another certain sounds. Let's say you had a crazy dog sound here that you didn't want in there.
Yeah, actually, for example, you can see that, what is that? I can see the frequency, but there is a line, like a line going through there. I can see the frequency because it's the spectral repair window, so I can see exactly what frequency is. But it should be like 6K or I don't know, something like that.
This one?
Yes, there is like a line going through that. Maybe it's I don't know.
6, 7K or something.
Yeah. Sometimes you with a attenuation tool you can attenuate that specific part of the spectrum.
Yeah, so you select
If you
it.
need it, I mean, maybe we don't need that right now, but it's like something to show that you can do that.
Yeah, so let's say we have this straight line, and sometimes it's like with older TV cameras, that's also around 10, 12K. That's always like really high. And so you could basically just select that and attenuate or replace with material around it. So I'm just gonna do that. So you see that I basically just created a little gap of nothing there.
A nuestra
Which you probably
escuela.
wouldn't hear. I mean, I didn't hear much in that before that bothered me, but it's like sometimes.
Sorry.
So let's get rid of all of this. We don't need it. Yeah, so what I always find amazing is that you can actually select individual sounds in music as well. You say, I want this sound, and then you can tell it, oh, I want the overtones of this sound as well. I mean, this is another the voice, which we wouldn't want to remove. And then you can select up to 10 overtones, and you can reduce them or bring them out. Or just, so it's quite powerful in terms of also just getting individual sounds out there. Yeah. But there are specialists out there that should explain you that, because I just do whatever I need. I've taken out dog sounds out of recording in Argentina, so
yeah,
that was fun. De-dogging.
De-dogging. De-dogging plugin.
So yeah, and once you've done all your audio cleanup work here in RX, you basically send it back to Pro Tools, and then you tell your plugin, your audio suite plugin, to render a new file. And then you see that basically what we have here is now our changed file, and it also that gives us this RX6 connect.
A nuestra escuela fue muy grande porque
and
fue
probably sounds worse than before because we didn't actually take care and properly treat it. Actually, to be honest, in this case, I probably would have left it because it sounds decent. Like there's nothing that really bothers me, and especially with other elements coming in, it would be fine. But we could also say, let's try to do this one.
El aporte de la orquesta a nuestra escuela
if you wanted to use this
fue muy grande.
particular one, then you might actually need a little bit more of.
El aporte de la orquesta a nuestra escuela
Down there.
Fue muy grande porque fue creciendo de a
This
poco.
one here.
Loud tone, yeah.
El aporte de la orquesta a nuestra escuela fue muy grande porque fue creciendo de a poco y fue tomando personalidad e idiosincrasia propia.
And this would be one which I would probably try with the adaptive voice denoise.
Mhm.
Which is also, it's kind of the same, just more for voice as what I've shown before.
El aporte de la orquesta a nuestra escuela fue muy grande porque fue creciendo de a poco y fue tomando personalidad e idiosincrasia propia.
Yeah, it's important to keep in mind that we don't want to sometimes
El
we
aporte
don't
de la
want to
orquesta a nuestra escuela
prepare exactly, I mean, in a pristine way what we are listening to, because that is, if you want to do that, we are just not going to do it, and everybody's and I mean, sometimes it's worse. The worst thing to do is to try to fix something in a perfect way, because you actually can't do it, and if you try to do it, everybody's going to hear what you've done. One of our main goals is nobody noticed that we ever been there. So sometimes, if you keep, I don't know, if you have some room tone or some frequency that is bothering you, you just can attenuate a little bit in order to get it off the map, but not eliminate it, because if you eliminate that frequency, maybe everybody's gonna notice that, man.
Yeah.
Okay, and in this case, what would you use, Fernand? Because spectral denoise is, I mean, voice denoise is a little more subtle than
Yeah, maybe
spectral denoise.
sometimes it's a combination of them. I mean, in this case, I'm not using this microphone. I'm using the other one. So this is I think this is the best
Not the
way to
ideal.
go. But if you have this situation, maybe you can combine different tools in order to get the best result.
Yeah, oftentimes it's also not, you don't always have to go through like heavy denoising plugins right away. Oftentimes it might just be a filtering, like
Yeah.
you might be some low hum in there, which you basically just reduce by using a low cut filter that's not affecting the voice, which is actually the first thing I usually put on my dialogue tracks too, so that you just have, you don't need anything above a specific frequency, below a specific frequency, because that's probably not where the voice is. So, and the only thing to be careful is that you don't change the actual timbre of the voice. So,
Mhm.
um, yeah, then there is another one I quickly want to show is dialogue isolate, just because you find that quite, like you hear that quite a bit in modern productions. Um, let's overdo one too.
El aporte de la orquesta a nuestra escuela fue muy grande porque fue creciendo de a poco y fue tomando personalidad e idiosincrasia.
You see, this is also, I don't know exactly what they do in the background. They're also almost adding some kind of gate. So whenever the dialogue is not there, it's like you even see that in a wave. It's basically like really going almost down to silence. And
Yeah, sometimes you can add a
El
fix
aporte de la
room
orquesta.
tone, the whole part, so the dialogue and the room tone, the room tone actually masks all these little artifacts that are going through the dialogue. So
yeah,
sometimes you can use that.
exactly. And then this might be a lot faster too, because then you basically have all the dialogue and you don't have to puzzle in room tone or ambience match in between. So you got more or less separation.
A nuestra
But it
escuela
also does sound,
fue muy grande porque fue creciendo de a poco
if
y
you
fue
overdo
tomando
it,
personalidad e idiosincrasia propia.
especially if you have some ambience, like some acoustics in there, it just sounds unnatural very quickly. So that's not
Yeah.
good. So, I mean, generally speaking, you try everything you can without overdoing it. So that's, well, you try everything that's necessary, I would say.
Yeah, and this is also an experience. I mean, if you're the first time you're using RX, maybe it's going to take you long to see everything, how it works, and other stuff. But once you understand the different options you have, um, you should do it. I mean, uh, it keeps speeding up. So and you realize, okay, this is the first tool for this is this one, and the other tool. So um, I mean, maybe you can get the job done in with three different tools, and maybe you should choose the one that you prefer or the one that you're more comfortable or whatever. But often there's not just one way to do all these repairment. Several ways to do it.
Yeah, and then maybe one last thing. Some people change the color of these once they change them.
Mm-hmm.
Just if you're not mixing yourself, that the mixing engineer knows when they go through all of these and say, okay, there was something done to this particular track. They probably like that they're aware of that too. So then anything you change, I mean, changing the name automatically. But sometimes you might want to add something else to the name of the clip, or you give it a different color.
Yeah, colors are good.
Indicate, like, see immediately, okay, that one's been processed. Watch out, there might be something different. But
Mm-hmm.
way to mix it.
For every channel you modify, you say?
Sorry, say that again.
For every channel you modify, are you saying?
Yeah, or for any clip you modify, you do that. And you can also,
Okay.
or you can put it on a different track so that people are aware. Okay, this is we changed this.
I like colors.
Yeah, like they definitely help. I mean, it's funny, like, because this one we haven't color coded this one. The other one was. It's so much easier to find things back when it's
Yeah.
color coded. When I first started, I would never use color coding because I always thought it's just a way of making it prettier. But it's actually it's got a very good function of quickly finding things you're looking for. Especially once you mix, you want to be creative and you don't want to look, oh, where's my guitar track? Oh yeah, you always know blue is my guitar track and you have it immediately.
Cool.
So, any questions about this? I think this is as far as we want you to go, right?
Yeah,
We should cover the ADR, but we can leave that for next week.
yeah. I think maybe we can. Okay, we'll see if we maybe we make a little video or something for between this class and next one with the stuff. I don't know.
Yeah,
We'll see.
also, as I said, I also have this one video where basically like it's just someone doing dialogue editing and walking you through how they separate it across mixes. You also did another thing we didn't mention is a FUTS track. Basically anything that has to go through telephone, radio, basically that's modified through a speaker in the story. That would usually be put on a different track, and then in processing later, like they would apply whichever software they need on the processing they need in order to make it sound out of a radio or out of a phone or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's in that video as well.
Yes, we're going to share this week a couple of things on the share folder we already sent you. We're going to add some information there, and we're also going to um, to prepare we are talking about. So we are going to put it on the Google Drive, and we're going to send, of course, an email or a Google group with all the information that we've seen or that we've already seen, and whatever we have to do for next class um, and the others. ¿Alguna pregunta, gente?
Are we going to use Pro Tools?
If you don't have it and you don't have any way to use it, you can use it all you want. And we are going to I mean, most of the explanations are going to be on Pro Tools, so it's gonna be easier for you. But if you don't have Pro Tools, if you're used to use another DAW or whatever, you can use another DAW. You're grown up people.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll find the same functions in most. And we just use Pro Tools because it's kind of an industry standard in the film industry.
Mhm.
But yeah, you'll find the same things in any other DAW too. I'm pretty sure.
Well, you have any other question?
Sorry for my Pro Tools issues today. It's kind of I got to find out how to import that film.
It's okay. It's part of what part of the job. I mean, these things happens all the time.
No, I should have imported the film yesterday when I tried out the OBS station. That's all about being prepared for the job.
It's okay. Well, if you don't have any question, I think we're done for today.
Okay, should I upload this class recording to the drive, Tito, or are you going to?
Yeah, if you want, you can do that. I also hit record on Zoom, so we'll see if it like. Just let me know if you can't get it up there, and I'll
Sí,
send you.
recibieron el link, ¿no? De YouTube.
Yeah.
Sí.
Bien,
Yes.
perfecto.
Did it work?
Yeah.
Like, was there anything on there? Did I? Okay, because I didn't actually check the video. I just pulled it from Zoom onto YouTube, so might have been something very different.
It actually worked.
Okay, perfect.